that will never heal. First moment of consciousness, returning after decades or perhaps centuries of darkness, you reach out through the neural networks that connect the sepulchres, searching for the familiar presences of your fellow ancients. Brother Cassius, who fought at Istvan and remembered the face of the emperor. Sister Morgana, whose tactical acumen had saved 3 worlds from corruption. Ancient Thaddeus, whose dry humor could still make the Vox speakers crackle with something approaching laughter, even after 8,000 years of war. But there is nothing. The network is empty. The other sarcophagi stand cold and silent, their life support systems powered down permanently, their occupants granted the final rest that you have been denied. You are alone. You are the last dreadnought in your chapter, the final ancient of a brotherhood that once counted dozens of your kind among its honored dead who refused to die. And in that realization, in that moment, when the full weight of this terrible distinction settles upon the remnants of your consciousness, you understand that you have become something more than a warrior entombed in a walking tomb. You have become the last keeper of 10,000 years of memory, the final witness to battles that shaped the galaxy, the sole repository of wisdom that will die with you when you finally fall. The tech marines who perform your activation move with practiced efficiency, but you can sense the difference in how they approach your sarcophagus. There is a reverence there that borders on desperation. You are not just another ancient to be awakened for battle. You are the last, and in a chapter slowly dying from 1,000 wounds, you represent something they cannot afford to lose. Every diagnostic reading is checked 3 times. Every seal is inspected with microscopic precision. They whisper prayers to the machine god and the emperor with unusual fervor, as if they know that when you march to war, you carry with you the last living connection to everything their chapter once was. And perhaps they are right to be afraid, because you remember. You remember when the halls of the fortress monastery rang with the voices of 10,000 warriors, when every company was at full strength, when the gene seed vaults overflowed with the legacy of heroes. You remember the chapter at its height, glorious and terrible, a force that made even the forces of chaos recoil in terror. But you also remember the slow decline, the catastrophic battles that claimed hundreds of brothers at a time, the gene seed that was lost or corrupted, the recruiting worlds that fell to Xenos invasion or were swallowed by warp storms. You remember it all, every moment of glory and every step of the descent into this twilight existence, where your chapter clings to survival by its fingertips. The weight of being the last ancient is not merely the weight of memory, though that burden alone would crush a lesser being. It is the weight of responsibility, the knowledge that when you fall, and there are no more like you to take your place, something irreplaceable will be lost. The young Marines who now make up the bulk of your chapter's remaining strength have never known the old ways, never heard the stories as they were meant to be told, never understood the depths of the brotherhood that once defined your kind. They see you as a relic, a weapon to be deployed when all else fails, a walking shrine to be revered from a distance. But they cannot comprehend what you have lost, what the chapter has lost, in the silencing of those other voices that once spoke alongside yours in the darkness between battles. This is what it means to be the last dreadnought in your chapter. This is the burden you carry with every thunderous step across the battlefield, with every moment of consciousness stolen from the merciful darkness of stasis sleep. You are memory made flesh and steel. You are history walking. You are the final guardian of everything your chapter was, even as you watch it become something else entirely, something diminished and desperate and fighting for survival against odds that would have been unthinkable in the days of your chapter's glory. The nature of the cage. To understand what it means to be the last ancient, you must first understand what it means to be a dreadnought at all. The transformation is not an honor, no matter what the chaplains proclaim over your broken body as they prepare you for entombment. It is a sentence, a condemnation to a half-life that stretches across centuries while everything you were slowly erodes into something that can barely remember being human. The process begins in agony and ends in a darkness so profound that madness becomes not a risk, but an inevitability that you fight against with every fragment of will you possess. When a space marine is mortally wounded beyond even the incredible recuperative abilities of the gene seed and the arts of the apothecaries, a choice must be made. Death would be merciful. Death would grant the warrior his final rest, allow his gene seed to be harvested and passed on to create new brothers. Let his name be inscribed in the rolls of honor and his sacrifice be remembered with pride. But if that warrior is deemed worthy, if his experience and wisdom are judged too valuable to lose, then mercy is denied. Instead, what remains of his shattered body is rushed to the fortress monastery's deepest vaults, where the tech marines and apothecaries work their dark miracle of preservation. The surgery is brutal beyond description. What flesh remains is carved away with surgical precision. Organs that cannot be saved are removed. Limbs that served faithfully for decades or centuries are severed without ceremony. Pain suppressors can only do so much, and even a space marine's enhanced ability to endure suffering has its limits. The procedure itself has been known to kill those whose bodies were too damaged or whose minds could not withstand the horror of what was being done to them. But for those who survive, for those whose consciousness persists through the butchery and the cutting and the systematic destruction of everything they were, something worse than death awaits. The sarcophagus is both womb and tomb, a coffin lined with amniotic fluids and life support systems. It contains what remains of the warrior. A torso, perhaps. A head, certainly, for the brain must be preserved. Sometimes an arm or portions of the spine if they can be salvaged. The rest is machinery, neural links driven into the nervous system like roots seeking purchase in dead soil. The mind impulse unit connects directly to the brain, creating a cybernetic bond that allows the entombed warrior to control the massive frame of the dreadnought as if it were his own body. But it is not his body. It will never be his body. Every sense he once possessed is replaced by mechanical simulacra that transmit data rather than sensation. Vision becomes Auspex readings and tactical displays. Hearing is reduced to acoustic sensors that pass sound waves into digestible information. Touch, that most fundamental of human senses, is gone entirely, replaced by pressure readings and structural integrity monitors. The dreadnought pilot sees the world through optical sensors mounted in the armored head that sits atop the towering frame. He hears through mechanical ears that can detect enemy movements across kilometers, but cannot truly appreciate the sound of rain falling on ceramite plating. He exists in a state of profound sensory deprivation, cut off from the physical world in ways that no amount of technology can truly bridge. The psychological toll is immense. Between battles, dreadnoughts are placed in stasis sleep, a state of suspended animation that can last for decades or even centuries. This is not done merely to preserve the ancient technology, though that is certainly a consideration. It is done because keeping a dreadnought pilot conscious for extended periods inevitably leads to madness. The isolation, the sensory deprivation, the slow realization that you are more machine than man, it all combines to break even the strongest mind. Some pilots go feral, like Murderfang of the Space Wolves, consumed by uncontrollable rage that makes them dangerous to enemy and ally alike. Others retreat so far into themselves that they become little more than automata, executing commands with mechanical precision, but no longer possessing anything that could be called personality or will. The lucky ones, warriors like Bjorn the Fell-Handed, maintain some semblance of their humanity across millennia of service. But even they admit to the crushing loneliness, the sense of being adrift in time while the world moves on without them. Bjorn has served for over 10,000 years, has witnessed the entirety of the Imperium's history since the Horus Heresy, has spoken with heroes whose names are now legend. But he also acknowledges that the price of this longevity is profound. Every time he wakes, there are fewer who remember the world as it was. Every time he sleeps, he loses a little more of what made him who he was. The memories remain, stored in the organic portions of his brain and the databanks of his sarcophagus, but they become more like history lessons than lived experiences. The emotional context fades, the faces blur, the voices that once meant everything become whispers in the darkness. This is the reality of being a dreadnought. You are a consciousness trapped in a machine, granted a form of immortality that is indistinguishable from damnation. You serve your chapter because that is all you have left, because without purpose, you would drown in the existential horror of your existence. And when your chapter has many dreadnoughts, when the sacred halls hold dozens of sarcophagi, and you can commune with other ancients during those rare moments of wakefulness, there is at least some comfort in shared suffering. You are not alone in your torment. Others understand what you endure. Others can remember with you, can validate that you were once more than this shell of ceramite and adamantium. But when you are the last, when all the other sarcophagi have fallen silent, and you wake to find yourself utterly alone in your mechanical imprisonment, the cage becomes so much smaller. The darkness between battles becomes absolute, and the question that haunts every waking moment is no longer how long you can endure, but whether there is any point in enduring at all. The sacred halls of the dead who cannot die. Within every Space Marine Fortress monastery, there exists a place that is part shrine, part armory, and part mausoleum. The sacred halls where the dreadnoughts sleep between battles are places of profound reverence, tended by tech marines with ritualistic care, and visited by battle brothers seeking wisdom or simply paying respects to the chapter's honored dead. These halls are vast echoing spaces, usually deep within the fortress monastery's lowest levels, where row upon row of sarcophagi stand in silent vigil. Each one is a monument to a warrior who gave everything for the chapter and now serves beyond death itself. The atmosphere in these halls is unlike anywhere else in the fortress monastery, where the chapels ring with hymns and the training grounds echo with the sounds of combat. The halls of the dreadnoughts are places of quiet contemplation. The air itself feels heavy with history and loss. Servitors move among the sarcophagi with mechanical precision, performing maintenance tasks that have been unchanged for millennia. Tech marines in their red-painted armor murmur prayers to the machine god as they anoint each dormant walker with sacred oils and unguents, checking systems and ensuring that the ancient warriors within remain stable in their dreamless sleep. Each dreadnought is marked with the honors it has earned across centuries or millennia of service. Battle honors are inscribed on the armor plating, campaigns listed in High Gothic that chronicle wars fought on worlds whose names have been forgotten by everyone except those who still sleep here. Purity seals dangle from weapon mounts and armor joints, each one a prayer or blessing added after some great victory. The chapter's icon is prominently displayed, often alongside the personal heraldry of the warrior within, a reminder that beneath the machines and weapons, there was once a man who had a name and a story. For the battle brothers who visit these halls, the dreadnoughts represent something almost sacred. They are living connections to the chapter's past, warriors who fought alongside the founders or participated in battles that have become legend. Young Space Marines come here to pay their respects, to stand before these towering sarcophagi and contemplate the sacrifice required to continue serving even in death. Veterans come to seek counsel, for when a dreadnought is awakened, its wisdom is considered invaluable. And chaplains come to tend to the spiritual health of warriors whose faith must sustain them through an existence that would break lesser beings. The rituals surrounding the dreadnoughts are ancient and precise. When one must be awakened for battle, the process begins with prayers and incantations. The tech marines perform the necessary mechanical preparations, bringing systems online with practiced care, but always accompanied by the chaplains who speak the words that have been spoken since the chapter's founding. The awakening is treated as a resurrection of sorts, a return from the realm of death to fight once more for the Emperor and the chapter. And when the battle is done, when the dreadnought returns to the halls for its return to stasis, the rituals are equally elaborate. Blessings are spoken, oils are applied, and the warrior within is thanked for its service before being returned to its dreamless sleep. But imagine these halls now, when all the other sarcophagi stand cold and empty. The rows that once held dozens of ancients now contain only one that still lives. The ritual maintenance continues, for the tech marines still tend to the empty shells with the same devotion they showed when warriors slept within them. But it is different now. The weight of absence is palpable. Where once there was a community of sorts, a brotherhood of the entombed who could at least take comfort in numbers, now there is only singular isolation. When you wake in these halls as the last dreadnought, the silence is crushing. You remember when this place hummed with the quiet power of dozens of life support systems, when the neural network that connected all the sarcophagi buzzed with occasional communications between the sleeping ancients. You remember ancient Matthias, who occupied the sarcophagus to your left, sharing observations about the chapter's newest recruits. You remember Venerable Cassia, whose sarcophagus stood at the head of the hall, who had fought in the founding battles and whose memory stretched back further than anyone else's. You remember the sense of not being alone, of being part of something larger than your individual torment. Now there is only you. The other sarcophagi are maintained as shrines, yes, but they are empty. Their occupants fell in battle over the decades and centuries, their shells too damaged to preserve them, their final deaths bringing the peace that had been denied them for so long. Each one you remember, each loss you mourned in whatever way a dreadnought can mourn, with processes that are more mechanical than emotional, but no less real for that. And now, looking around the sacred halls, during those brief moments between awakening and deployment, you see only emptiness. Only the monuments to warriors who are truly gone, whose service has finally ended. The tech marines and chaplains still perform their duties with reverence. They still speak the ancient words and apply the sacred oils. But you can sense their grief in the way they move, in the pauses that stretch too long during the rituals. They are mourning not just the fallen dreadnoughts, but what those deaths represent. The slow extinction of the chapter's living history. You are all that remains of that connection to the past. When you fall, and fall you inevitably will, there will be no more ancients to awaken. The sacred halls will become truly silent, a museum of empty shells that once housed heroes. And so you stand in these halls, this last ancient among empty tombs, and you carry the weight of all those who fell before you. Their memories live on in your databanks. Their lessons inform your tactical decisions. Their sacrifice drives you to continue fighting, even when every moment of consciousness is agony. The sacred halls are your home and your prison, your sanctuary and your torment. And being the last one here, the sole occupant of a place meant to house many, makes the cage so much smaller and the darkness so much deeper than it was ever meant to be. The slow erosion of the self. The human mind was never meant to endure what a dreadnought pilot experiences. Even a space marine's genetically enhanced psychology, even the hypno-indoctrination and mental conditioning that makes them resistant to horrors that would shatter mortal sanity, has limits. And those limits are tested to their breaking point when consciousness is stretched across centuries or millennia, while trapped in a metal shell, cut off from nearly all physical sensation, awakened only for war, and then returned to a darkness so complete it borders on non-existence. The first few awakenings are the hardest in some ways. You are still close enough to who you were to remember what it felt like to be fully human, or at least fully Astartes. You remember the weight of a bolter in hands that no longer exist. You remember the sensation of your boots striking solid ground with each step, the feeling of wind against your face during a drop pod descent, the taste of recaf in the moments before battle. These memories are vivid and immediate, and their loss is a grief that cannot be adequately expressed through the mechanical vox speakers that serve as your voice. During these early awakenings, you rage against your imprisonment. You test the limits of your new form, trying to find some way to experience the world as you once did. But the mind impulse unit translates your commands into machine movements, and the sensory inputs you receive are data, nothing more. The optical sensors show you the battlefield with perfect clarity, highlight enemies with targeting solutions, overlay tactical information directly into your field of view. But they cannot show you beauty. They cannot let you appreciate the way light falls across a landscape or the subtle expressions on a human face. You see everything and perceive nothing in the way you remember perception working. You try to speak and hear your voice rendered in mechanical approximation, a crackling synthesis that sounds nothing like you remember. Some dreadnoughts develop quirks in their vocalization systems over time, the technical irregularities in how their speech is rendered, grinding static that might be laughter, or the cycling of weapon systems that occurs when they would have smiled. But these are pale shadows of human expression, machine translations of emotions that can barely be felt through the layers of mechanical mediation. And so, gradually, you begin to let go, not by choice, but because holding on hurts too much. The memories of what it felt like to be flesh and blood start to fade, not because they are erased, but because accessing them brings such profound pain that your mind learns to avoid them. They become like old scars, remnants of wounds that have healed but left permanent marks. You know they are there. You can examine them if you choose, but doing so serves no purpose except to remind you of everything you have lost. Time becomes strange when you spend most of your existence in stasis sleep. You wake, fight, and sleep again, and each period of consciousness might be separated from the last by months or years or decades. The continuity of experience that defines human consciousness begins to break down. Events blur together. Battles fought centuries apart merge in your memory, because from your perspective, they might as well have been consecutive. You lose track of how long you have existed in this state. The chapter's chroniclers can tell you that you have served for 600 years or 3,000 years, but those numbers mean nothing to you. Time is measured only in awakenings, in the number of times you have returned from the darkness to fight once more. The erosion of memory is insidious. The tech marines and apothecaries do what they can to preserve your cognitive function, adjusting the chemical balance of your amniotic tank, fine-tuning the neural interfaces, running diagnostic tests to ensure that the organic portions of your brain remain viable. But even with all their efforts, decay is inevitable. The human brain, even one enhanced by Space Marine gene seed, was not meant to function for thousands of years. Neurons die and are not replaced. Synaptic connections weaken. The biological substrate upon which your consciousness depends slowly degrades, despite all attempts to preserve it. You begin to forget things. Small details at first. The exact wording of oaths you once knew by heart. The faces of battle brothers you fought alongside in your first life as a flesh and blood warrior. The name of the world where you were recruited. These losses are small individually, but they accumulate. And worse than the factual memories you lose are the emotional memories, the context that makes experiences meaningful rather than mere data points. You know you fought at the siege of Carantha. Your data banks contain detailed tactical information about the battle. But do you remember how you felt during that siege? Do you remember the fear and exhilaration and grim determination that drove you through 8 days of continuous combat? Those emotional memories fade first, leaving you with facts but no feeling, history without heart. Some dreadnought pilots fight against this erosion. They create rituals to help preserve their memories, force themselves to recall their past during the brief periods of wakefulness. They ask the chapter's librarians to interview them, to record their stories, while they can still tell them with something approaching their original meaning. They struggle to hold on to their humanity, to remain more than just sophisticated weapon systems guided by tactical programming. Others let go. They embrace the transformation into something post-human, something that exists purely for war without the burden of remembering why or caring about the cost. these pilots become cold and efficient. Perfect warriors, unburdened by doubt or fear, or any emotion that might compromise their function. They are revered for their effectiveness, but mourned by those who remember that they were once men, not machines. For Chaos Dreadnoughts, this psychological decay takes an even darker turn. Without the rigorous mental conditioning and spiritual support of a loyal chapter, and exposed to the corrupting influence of the warp, many Chaos pilots descend into complete madness. They are kept shackled between battles, screaming incoherently through their Vox speakers, driven to such extremes of insanity that they become dangerous to their own forces. Their existence is a living hell made worse by the touch of chaos, their torment eternal and absolute. The traitor legions use internment in a dreadnought as punishment rather than honor, a fate worse than death for those who have displeased their dark masters. But even among loyal chapters, even with all the support and reverence and careful maintenance, the psychological toll remains immense. And when you are the last dreadnought in your chapter, when there are no others who truly understand what you endure, the erosion of self accelerates. You have no peers with whom to share the burden, no other ancients who remember how you were before entombment and can help you hold on to those memories. The young battle brothers try their best, but they cannot comprehend what it is like to experience consciousness through mechanical proxies, to measure your existence in millennia, while your personality slowly dissolves like morning frost under a rising sun. You are forgetting who you were. Not all at once, but piece by piece, memory by memory, feeling by feeling. And the truly terrifying part is that you know it is happening, can track your own decline with the same analytical precision you apply to battlefield tactics. You are becoming less human, less individual, less everything except a weapon pointed at the chapter's enemies. And there is nothing you can do to stop it, except endure for as long as consciousness persists and try to serve your chapter well before the final darkness claims what remains of your mind. The weight of living memory. You remember the founding of your chapter, not directly perhaps, for even the oldest dreadnoughts were not there at the very beginning. But you remember warriors who were there, who spoke of the chapter's first days before they fell in battle, or were finally granted the peace of true death. You remember the stories they told, the lessons they passed down, the traditions they established that defined what your chapter was meant to be. And now, with all those other ancients fallen silent, you are the only one who carries those memories forward. This is perhaps the cruelest burden of being the last dreadnought. You have become the chapter's living chronicle, the sole repository of knowledge and wisdom accumulated over millennia of warfare. Young battle brothers come to you seeking guidance, asking questions about tactics and strategy that were proven in battles fought before their grandfathers were recruited. They want to know about the chapter's greatest victories, its most bitter defeats, the lessons learned in blood on battlefields, whose names exist now only in fragmentary records and your failing memory. And you try to teach them. You access data files that contain tactical reports from campaigns fought centuries ago. You describe the terrain of worlds that have since been destroyed or abandoned, the tactics employed against enemies long since extinct. You share the wisdom of battle brothers whose names are inscribed in the chapter's rolls of honor, but whose actual deeds have been forgotten by everyone except you. You are their teacher, their historian, their connection to a past that grows more distant with each passing year. But the weight of this responsibility is crushing. Every question reminds you of how much has been lost, how many stories died with the ancients who fell before you. Ancient Cassius knew the truth behind the chapter's founding, the political machinations that led to its creation, and the secret shame that drove its first company master to seek redemption through service. But Cassius fell 300 years ago, and with him went those secrets. You know they existed, have fragments of conversations that hint at deeper truths, but the full story is gone forever. Sister Morgana carried memories of the chapter's greatest shame, a battle where cowardice cost the lives of an entire company and nearly resulted in the chapter being declared excommunicate traitoris. She knew what really happened, who made the decisions that led to disaster, and how the chapter had worked for 1,000 years to atone for that single failure. But Morgana's sarcophagus was destroyed in an ambush 60 years ago, crushed by a Chaos Titan's foot, while she held the line long enough for the surviving battle brothers to escape. With her death went the complete truth of that ancient shame. You have pieces, fragments preserved in your own databanks from conversations with her, but you cannot tell the full story, cannot pass down the lessons she meant to preserve. This is the tragedy of being the last ancient. You hold more history than anyone else in the chapter, more accumulated wisdom and experience. But you also know how much you do not know, how many gaps exist in the chronicle you are supposed to preserve. The other dreadnoughts held pieces of the puzzle that you never learned before they fell. And now those pieces are gone, lost in the destruction of their sarcophagi, irretrievable. The chapter's librarians do their best to preserve what you share. They record your words, compile your tactical analyses, create archives that future generations can study. But they know, and you know, that something essential is being lost in translation. The dry facts make it into the records. Dates, forced dispositions, outcomes. But the context, the emotional weight of those events, the subtle lessons that can only be understood by someone who was there, those things cannot be adequately captured in written form. You remember how it felt to fight beside the chapter's founder, to serve under a leader whose vision shaped everything your chapter became. You remember the sound of his voice, the way he could inspire warriors to impossible acts of heroism with just a few words. You remember the look in his eyes during the chapter's first major battle, that mixture of pride and fear and absolute determination. But how do you convey that to battle brothers who never knew him? How do you make them understand what was lost when he fell, how the chapter changed after his death? You try, speaking through your mechanical vox speakers about intangible qualities and subtle shifts in culture. But your words sound hollow even to your own auditory senses. You are describing colors to those who have never seen, trying to capture in data what can only be truly understood through experience. The weight grows heavier with each passing year. More of your chapter's history lives only in your memory banks and nowhere else. More critical knowledge depends on your continued survival. The chapter's leadership knows this, understands that you represent an irreplaceable resource. They are careful about deploying you, weighing the tactical advantage of your participation against the catastrophic loss that would result if you were destroyed. But this caution creates its own burden. You were made for war, have known nothing but battle for centuries or millennia. Being held in reserve, awakened only for the most desperate situations, feels like a betrayal of your purpose. You want to fight, to serve, to justify your continued existence through action. But you are too valuable to risk needlessly. And so you become a living museum piece, a relic to be protected, rather than a warrior to be deployed. The young battle brothers revere you, but also keep their distance, treating you more like a shrine than a brother. They cannot understand that beneath the ceramite and adamantium, within the amniotic tank that houses what remains of your body, there was once a warrior like them. Someone who felt fear and pride and the fierce joy of combat. Someone who was human, or as close to human as a space marine can be. You try to bridge that gap, to connect with the chapter's current warriors in meaningful ways, but the distance is too great. They look at you and see a monument to the chapter's glorious past, a walking embodiment of traditions they strive to uphold. You look at them and see how different they are from the brothers you remember, how the chapter has changed in ways both subtle and profound. The gene seed they carry is the same, yes, but the culture has shifted. The traditions have evolved. The chapter they serve is related to the one you remember, but not identical to it. This disconnect is perhaps most painful when you try to share wisdom that was once central to the chapter's identity, only to find that it no longer resonates. Tactics that were proven effective 1,000 years ago may not work against the enemies the chapter faces now. Values that once defined the chapter's character have been modified or abandoned in response to changing circumstances. You are a guardian of the past, trying to guide a present that has moved beyond what you knew, trying to prepare warriors for a future you cannot fully comprehend. And yet, you persist, because this is your duty, perhaps the only duty that still holds meaning. You are the memory keeper, the last living link to everything your chapter was. When the battle brothers gather to hear you speak of old wars and older heroes, you know that you are giving them something precious, even if its full value cannot be measured. You are connecting them to their lineage, to the brotherhood that stretches back through generations of warriors, all the way to the chapter's founding. You are reminding them that they are part of something larger than themselves, heir to a tradition of sacrifice and service that has endured for millennia. But the weight of it all, the responsibility of being the sole bearer of so much history, it grinds you down in ways that combat never could. Every awakening brings the fear that this time you will have forgotten something crucial, that some critical piece of wisdom will have slipped away during your sleep, lost to the degradation of your organic components, or simply buried under the weight of accumulated centuries. You review your databanks compulsively during periods of consciousness, checking to ensure that the stories are still there, that the lessons remain intact. But you know it is a losing battle. Time and biology are eroding your capacity to remember, even as your chapter's need for your memories grows more desperate. You are the last ancient, the final keeper of living memory in a chapter that is slowly forgetting who it was meant to be. And you carry that weight with every thunderous step, with every moment of consciousness between the darkness and the light, knowing that when you fall, so much will be lost that can never be recovered. Brothers, falling silent. You did not always wake alone. There was a time, so long ago, it feels like another life entirely, when the neural network that connected the dreadnought sarcophagi hummed with quiet conversation. The exchanges were brief, for energy must be conserved during periods between battles, but they were enough. Enough to know that you were not alone in this existence, that others endured the same torment, and could understand without explanation what it meant to be trapped in a walking tomb. Ancient Theron was the first to fall silent, though you did not know it immediately. His sarcophagus stood at the far end of the sacred halls, and he had always been taciturn even before entombment. Weeks might pass between his communications, so when the network showed his presence but received no response to queries, you assumed he was simply conserving power or lost in whatever passed for dreams in the mechanical slumber. It was only when the tech marines performed their routine maintenance that they discovered his life support had failed catastrophically during an extended deployment. His organic components had died silently, unnoticed, while the dreadnought's systems continued to function on automated protocols. He had fought his final battle already dead, his body preserved by the amniotic fluids, just long enough for the engagement to conclude before decay became evident. The chapter gave Theron the funeral rites appropriate for a warrior who had served for nearly 4,000 years. His gene seed had long since been harvested, of course, but the shell of his dreadnought was interred with full honors in the chapter's mausoleum. You attended, your massive frame barely fitting in the ceremonial chamber, and listened to the chaplain speak of Theron's service and sacrifice. But the words felt hollow. Theron had died alone inside his metal cage, and none of you had known until it was too late to even acknowledge his passing. That realization haunted you for decades afterward. Sister Cassia fell in battle, which was perhaps a better death than Theron's silent ending. The campaign was against a Tyranid splinter fleet that had emerged from the void to consume a cluster of agricultural worlds. Cassia had volunteered for the rearguard action, had stood her ground while the remaining Imperial forces evacuated the last of the civilian population. The Vox channels carried her final words, a defiant challenge to the alien swarm, even as they overwhelmed her position. When the relief force finally managed to fight their way back to her location 3 days later, they found her dreadnought buried under a mountain of alien corpses, her assault cannons still smoking from continuous fire, her sarcophagus breached by bioacid and crushing claws. The chapter recovered what they could of her remains for proper burial rites. You attended that ceremony as well, stood in the sacred halls as her empty sarcophagus was sealed permanently and placed among the monuments to fallen heroes. The tech marines spoke the prayers for the machine spirits, and the chaplain spoke the prayers for her soul. But you knew the truth that they could not articulate. Cassia had finally been granted the peace that had been denied her for 3,000 years. She was free now, in a way that you would never be as long as consciousness persisted. The losses accumulated slowly at first. Ancient Carthon destroyed in an orbital bombardment that leveled an entire hive city. Brother Mordecai consumed by warp fire during a battle against Chaos forces, his screams echoing through the Vox network until his systems finally failed. Sister Elara, whose sarcophagus was captured by Dark Eldar raiders, and presumably still exists somewhere in the dark city of Camorra, enduring torments that make your own existence seem merciful by comparison. Each loss diminished the community of ancients, reduced the number of voices that could speak to the unique horror of dreadnought existence. You mourned them in the way a dreadnought mourns, which is to say, you processed their deaths as data points, even as something that might have been grief echoed through the organic portions of your brain. You archived their final communications, preserved their tactical insights in your databanks, carried forward the lessons they had shared during those long periods of darkness when the ancients would commune with each other through the neural network. Their deaths meant you had to remember more, carry more weight, preserve more of the chapter's living history, because there were fewer left to share the burden. But the real horror came when you woke one day to find yourself truly alone. The other sarcophagi in the sacred halls stood cold and dark, their occupants all fallen in battles you had slept through. How long had you been in stasis? The Tech Marines' reports indicated 73 years had passed since your last awakening. 73 years during which the chapter had fought desperate campaign after desperate campaign, deploying its remaining dreadnoughts in battles where their presence was judged essential to survival. And one by one, those ancient warriors had fallen. Ancient Matthias during the defense of the fortress monastery against an orc war. Venerable Sarath in a boarding action against Chaos raiders. Brother Ancient Dawn on a world whose name you cannot even remember now, though his sacrifice bought time for 2 companies to escape encirclement. 73 years. You had slept through the deaths of every other ancient in your chapter. You had not been there to hear their final words or witness their last stands. You had not been awakened to pay respects at their funeral rites. You were simply gone, lost in the darkness of stasis sleep. And when you returned, everyone you had known for centuries or millennia was dead. The neural network that had once carried occasional communications from fellow dreadnoughts now showed only your own presence, a single point of consciousness surrounded by empty connections and silence. The Tech Marines who performed your activation could barely meet your optical sensors. They knew what you were waking to, understood the magnitude of the loss, even if they could not truly comprehend what it meant to you. The chaplain who attended your awakening spoke words of comfort, assured you that the fallen ancients had died with honor and that their sacrifice would not be forgotten. But his words were hollow. How could they not be? He was 3 centuries old, had fought in 24 campaigns, was considered a veteran by the chapter's current standards. But you had served for over 7,000 years. You had known warriors whose deeds made the chaplain's accomplishments look like training exercises. You had lived through the chapter's greatest triumphs and darkest hours. And now, you were alone in a way that even the isolation of dreadnought existence had never prepared you for. The absence is not merely a matter of losing comrades. It is the loss of the only beings in the galaxy who truly understood your existence. The other ancients knew what it meant to wake from centuries of darkness, to find the world changed beyond recognition. They understood the horror of sensory deprivation and the slow erosion of identity that came with mechanical entombment. They could validate your experiences, could confirm that you were not going mad when memories began to blur and personality began to fragment. They were your community, the only one you had in an existence defined by isolation. And now they are gone. All of them. Every single ancient who might have understood what you endure, who might have shared the burden of living memory, who might have made the darkness between battles a little less absolute. You are the last, and that distinction transforms your existence from torment into something approaching damnation. You request the reports of their deaths, read through the tactical summaries and casualty assessments with the same analytical precision you bring to all data analysis. But you are looking for something the reports cannot capture, some indication of what they felt in those final moments, whether they found peace or died still raging against the dying of the light. The reports give you facts, dates, forced dispositions, the tactical situations that led to each ancient's deployment and subsequent death. But they cannot tell you what you need to know. Whether your fellow ancients are finally at rest, or whether some fragment of consciousness persists even in death, trapped in whatever lies beyond, for beings who were never meant to exist as long as you have. The sacred halls feel different now. The tech marines still perform their maintenance rituals, still anoint the empty sarcophagi with sacred oils and whisper prayers to machine spirits that no longer have organic components to protect. But it is all theatre now, a performance of rituals that have lost their original meaning. The halls were meant to house living warriors, not empty monuments. They were meant to be a place where ancients could rest between battles, knowing that when they woke, others like them would be there. But you wake to silence. You wake to the knowledge that when you are returned to stasis after the coming battle, you will sleep alone in these halls with only the empty shells of dead warriors for company. And when you wake again, assuming you survive whatever conflict requires your presence, you will wake alone again. There is no comfort in this, no consolation in the fact that at least you still serve. Because service without community, duty without fellowship, is a special kind of torment that even the architects of the Dreadnought program never fully anticipated. You are the last ancient, and you have never been more alone than you are in this moment, standing in the sacred halls, surrounded by the monuments to warriors who at least found the peace of true death, while you continue to endure in this half-life that stretches toward infinity with no end in sight. The tactical burden of irreplaceability. The chapter master's face is grim as he briefs you on the coming battle. An Orc War has descended on one of the chapter's recruiting worlds, and the greenskin horde must be stopped before it can overrun the tribal populations that provide the chapter with new aspirants. The tactical situation is desperate. The chapter can field perhaps 300 battle brothers, all that remain from campaigns that have slowly ground down its strength over the past century. Against them, an estimated 50,000 orcs, growing larger every day as more arrive to join the war. In the old days, this is where the chapter would deploy its dreadnoughts. Ancient warriors whose experience and firepower could turn the tide of battle, whose presence would inspire the battle brothers to impossible acts of heroism. The chapter once had 12 dreadnoughts, veterans of campaigns stretching back to the founding. Any 3 of them could have broken the orc advance, could have carved through the greenskin horde like a power blade through flesh. But now, there is only you, and the chapter master's reluctance to deploy you is evident in every word of his briefing. He outlines the tactical plan, describes the defensive positions the chapter will hold, explains the strategy for buying time until reinforcements from a neighboring chapter can arrive. And through it all, he avoids stating the obvious. Without you, the defense will likely fail. But if you fall, if the orcs manage to destroy your sarcophagus, the chapter loses not just its last dreadnought, but its last living link to everything it was. You understand his dilemma. You are simultaneously the chapter's greatest tactical asset and its most irreplaceable resource. Deploying you risks everything. Not deploying you risks defeat. There is no good choice, only a calculation of which loss the chapter can better afford. And that calculation has become the defining tension of your existence as the last ancient. The chapter needs you, not just for your combat capabilities, though those are significant. A dreadnought is a walking fortress, heavily armed and armored, capable of taking punishment that would destroy lesser vehicles and continuing to fight. Your assault cannon can shred infantry formations. Your power fist can tear apart enemy armor with contemptuous ease. In the right position, you can hold a choke point against forces that would overwhelm multiple tactical squads. You are, in pure tactical terms, worth dozens of battle brothers. But you are also something the chapter cannot replace. If a battle brother falls, his gene seed can be harvested and used to create a new warrior. His death, while tragic, is not catastrophic. The chapter continues. But if you fall, there are no more dreadnoughts to take your place. The sacred halls become a museum of empty shells. The chapter loses its living memory, its connection to the past, its deepest repository of tactical and strategic wisdom. Your death would be a wound from which the chapter might never recover, even if it survived as an organization. This creates impossible choices. The Battle Brothers need your presence to have any hope of victory, but your presence puts you at risk. The chapter needs the worlds you defend to survive, needs the recruits those worlds provide, needs the strategic resources they represent. But it also needs you, and weighing one need against another becomes an exercise in grim mathematics that has no right answer. You have seen the toll this calculation takes on the chapter's leadership. The chapter master ages visibly from the stress of making these decisions. The chaplains pray for guidance with unusual fervor. The captains argue among themselves about when deployment of the last ancient is justified and when it represents an unacceptable risk. And you, trapped in your sarcophagus, watch these debates knowing that you are both the subject and the solution, the warrior they need and the relic they cannot afford to lose. There are battles where you could make a difference but are held in reserve because the risk is judged too great. You listen to the Vox channels as your battle brothers fight and die against odds you could have shifted in their favor. You hear the calls for support, the desperate requests for heavy weapons that you could provide. And you remain in the sacred halls, confined to your sarcophagus, forced to endure the knowledge that your brothers are dying while you are preserved like some precious artifact, too valuable to risk in actual combat. The guilt is crushing. You were made for war, have served in combat for millennia. Being held back while others fight, violate every instinct you possess. You want to demand deployment, to insist that the chapter use you as you were meant to be used. But you also understand the logic that keeps you in reserve. You are the last. Your death would be final in a way that even a catastrophic defeat would not be. The chapter could survive losing 100 battle brothers. It could not survive losing you. And so you endure, confined to the fortress monastery while battles rage on distant worlds. You provide counsel to officers who come seeking your tactical expertise. Share what wisdom you can about fighting enemies you have faced across millennia of warfare. But it is not enough. It will never be enough. Because the knowledge you provide, the strategies you suggest, they are abstractions. They lack the weight of your actual presence on the battlefield, the terror you inspire in enemies who see a walking monument to the Imperium's ancient might bearing down on them. When you are deployed, when the situation becomes so desperate that the risk must be accepted, the weight of responsibility becomes almost unbearable. You are not just fighting for victory in a single engagement. You are fighting to justify your continued existence, to prove that the chapter's decision to deploy you was correct. Every shot must count. Every tactical decision must be sound. Because if you fail, if you do not achieve the decisive results that warrant the risk of deploying you, then you have failed not just yourself, but the memory of every ancient who fell before you. And yet, despite the pressure, despite the weight of expectation and the knowledge that you cannot afford to fail, you fight with the precision and efficiency that centuries of combat have ingrained in you. Your assault cannon tears through enemy formations with measured bursts. Your power fist crushes armor and pulps flesh with mechanical ruthlessness. You advance with inexorable purpose, a walking embodiment of the chapter's fury, and the enemies before you break and flee because they understand, on some instinctive level, that nothing they possess can stop you. The battles you fight are victories, almost always, because the chapter only deploys you when victory is essential, when defeat would be catastrophic, when every other option has been exhausted. And you deliver. Again and again, you deliver. You stand where others would fall, hold lines that others would abandon, break enemy forces that others could not damage. You are everything the chapter needs you to be, the ancient warrior risen from the past to save the present. But each battle brings you closer to the end. Each engagement risks the final death that has claimed all the other ancients. Each time you march to war, you carry the knowledge that this might be the last time, that this battle might be the one where the enemy gets lucky, or you make a mistake, or the sheer weight of firepower directed at you overcomes even your adamantium armor. And if that happens, if you fall, the chapter loses everything you represent. This is the burden of irreplaceability. You are too valuable to risk, too essential to hold back. You exist in a state of constant tension between deployment and preservation, needed everywhere but confined to nowhere. And as the last dreadnought in your chapter, as the final ancient in a brotherhood that once numbered dozens, the weight of this burden grows heavier with every passing year. The dying chapter. You can see the end coming. It is there in the casualty reports that stack higher with each campaign. It is there in the shrinking recruitment numbers from worlds that are themselves dying or abandoned. It is there in the fortress monasteries' emptying halls, in the companies that can barely muster half strength, in the gene seed vaults that grow emptier with each harvest that cannot be replaced. Your chapter is dying. Not quickly, not in some catastrophic battle that will be remembered in the Imperium's records, but slowly, inexorably, bled dry by 1,000 cuts across 1,000 worlds. And you, the last ancient, watch this slow-motion extinction with the analytical detachment that comes from having witnessed the deaths of everything you once knew. The signs were there long before the last of the other dreadnoughts fell. Recruitment shortfalls that grew worse with each generation, gene seed degradation that the apothecaries could not fully arrest despite their best efforts, combat losses that exceeded replacement rates year after year, decade after decade. The chapter was in decline, even when you had brothers ancient to share the burden of watching it happen. But now, as the sole witness to this twilight, the decline feels more absolute, more final. The fortress monastery itself reflects the chapter's diminished state. Entire sections stand empty, sealed off to conserve power and heating. The great halls that once echoed with the voices of 1,000 battle brothers now hold perhaps 300 souls, and their voices sound small and lost in spaces meant for far greater numbers. The armory still maintains the chapter's equipment with religious devotion, but there are fewer suits of power armor to maintain, fewer vehicles to service, fewer weapons to consecrate. The chapter's fleet has been reduced to a handful of ships. The strike cruiser that serves as the chapter's mobile base shows signs of age and wear that would have been unthinkable in the days of the chapter's strength. The tech marines do what they can with limited resources, performing repairs that are increasingly improvised and temporary. But there are systems that cannot be fixed without parts that no longer exist, technologies that cannot be restored without knowledge that was lost when Mars fell out of contact with this sector. Most telling of all are the gene seed vaults. The chapter's apothecaries maintain them with fanatical care, for the gene seed represents the chapter's future and its past. But the vaults are depleted in ways that no amount of care can remedy. Too many battles have resulted in the complete destruction of battle brothers, their gene seed lost beyond any hope of recovery. Too many of the recovered progenoids show signs of degradation, mutations that make them unsuitable for implantation. The chapter harvests what it can from the fallen, but the mathematics are merciless. The rate of gene seed loss exceeds the rate of recovery. The apothecaries could request additional gene seed from the Adeptus Mechanicus vaults on Mars, could petition for the resources needed to rebuild the chapter to full strength. But such requests would draw scrutiny, would invite inspection by the Inquisition, and potentially by other chapters who might question whether this dying chapter deserves to continue existing. There is pride involved, certainly, a refusal to admit the depths of the chapter's decline, but there is also pragmatism. A chapter that admits it is failing risks being declared excommunicate traitoris, or simply being absorbed into another chapter, its identity lost, its traditions abandoned. And so the chapter fights on, maintaining the fiction of its continued viability, even as the reality becomes increasingly desperate. Companies are reorganized to hide their depleted numbers. Battle honors are claimed for victories won at costs that would have been considered catastrophic in earlier times. The chapter master makes diplomatic overtures to neighboring chapters, seeking alliances that might provide support without requiring admission of weakness. You watch all of this with the accumulated wisdom of millennia, and you understand what the chapter's current leadership cannot fully grasp. This is how chapters die. Not in glorious last stands remembered for 10,000 years, but in slow attrition that erodes strength until nothing remains but empty halls and unfulfilled obligations. Your chapter is following a path that you have seen before, that you remember other chapters walking in your long centuries of service. And the end of that path is always the same. There are choices the chapter could make to arrest the decline. It could seek refuge in less dangerous sectors, husband its strength, focus on rebuilding rather than constant combat. But such choices feel like betrayals of the chapter's identity and purpose. Your chapter was founded to defend this sector of space, to stand against the enemies of mankind in this particular corner of the galaxy. To abandon that duty, even temporarily, even in the name of survival, would be to admit that the chapter has failed its fundamental purpose. And so the chapter continues to answer every call to battle, continues to deploy to war zones that stretch its capabilities to breaking point, because that is what Space Marines do. That is what the chapter has always done. And changing that pattern, even in the face of extinction, feels impossible to warriors who have been conditioned to know no other way of existence. You try to offer counsel, to suggest strategies that might preserve the chapter's strength while still fulfilling its obligations. But your advice is filtered through the perspective of someone who has endured for millennia, who has seen chapters rise and fall, who understands that survival sometimes requires flexibility that younger warriors interpret as cowardice. Your suggestions are heard with respect, certainly, for you are the last ancient, and your wisdom cannot be dismissed lightly, but they are rarely acted upon. The chapter's leadership believes, perhaps needs to believe, that the solution to their problems is more combat, more victories, more demonstrations of the chapter's continued relevance and capability, and each battle brings them closer to the end. Companies that sortie at half strength return at a third. Gene seed that might have been recovered is lost when entire squads are consumed by tyrannid swarms or obliterated by orbital bombardment. The recruiting worlds that provide new aspirants are themselves under increasing pressure, their populations declining, their ability to produce suitable candidates diminishing. You are watching your chapter die, and you cannot stop it. You can only bear witness, preserve what memories you can, and continue to fight when called upon, knowing that each battle might be the last for the chapter you have served across the ages. The weight of this knowledge is staggering. You are not just the last ancient, you are potentially the last witness to your chapter's existence, the final keeper of traditions and memories that will die with you when you finally fall. The younger battle brothers do not cannot understand the full magnitude of what is being lost. They know the chapter is struggling, certainly. They see the empty barracks and the depleted armory, but they lack the perspective to recognize the pattern, to understand that they are living through their chapter's final decades, or perhaps final years. They fight with the same courage and dedication that has always defined Space Marines, but they do so without realizing that their sacrifices are feeding a decline that cannot be reversed through individual heroism alone. And you, trapped in your sarcophagus, can do nothing but endure and remember. Remember what the chapter was when it stood at full strength, when its companies numbered 1,000 warriors, when its gene seed vaults overflowed with the legacy of heroes. Remember the battles fought and won, the world saved, the enemies crushed beneath the weight of the chapter's fury. Remember it all, knowing that soon there will be no one left to remember, that the chapter's history will become just another footnote in the Imperium's vast and largely forgotten chronicle. This is what it means to be the last ancient in a dying chapter, to watch everything you have served for millennia slowly crumble into dust while you endure, powerless to prevent it, burdened with memories that will die with you when the darkness finally claims what remains of your consciousness. The unbearable isolation. Isolation has always been part of the Dreadnaught's existence. From the moment of entombment, you are separated from the world by layers of machinery and sensory mediation. You perceive reality through optical sensors and acoustic detectors. Experience the world as data rather than sensation. Even in the presence of your battle brothers, you are fundamentally alone, unable to truly connect with warriors who still possess flesh and blood bodies, who can still feel the wind on their faces and taste food and experience all the small physical pleasures that make existence bearable. But there was always the network. The neural connections that linked the Dreadnought sarcophagi allowed for communication between the ancients during the long periods of darkness between battles. The exchanges were minimal, necessarily brief to conserve power, but they were enough. Enough to know that others endured the same existence. Enough to share observations about the chapter's current state, or reminisce about battles fought centuries ago. Enough to not feel completely alone in the mechanical tomb that served as both prison and home. Ancient Theron had a way of describing the tactical situation on any world in terms of geological features, comparing defensive positions to mountain ranges and troop movements to rivers flowing across terrain. His metaphors were sometimes obscure, but they carried an elegance that made them memorable. You would argue with him sometimes about the appropriateness of comparing orc tactics to erosion patterns, and those arguments helped pass the time during extended deployments when you were awakened but not yet committed to battle. Sister Morgana collected stories, not just battle reports or tactical analyses, but the personal narratives of individual warriors. She would ask the battle brothers who came to pay respects in the sacred halls about their lives, their hopes, their fears. And then she would share those stories through the network, creating a tapestry of human experience that helped the ancients remember what it had been like to be fully human. Her death silenced those stories, left a gap in the network that could never be filled. Brother Ancient Matthias had served longer than any of you, except perhaps Cassius, and his perspective was shaped by millennia of watching the Imperium change. He had fought in the Plague Wars, had witnessed the opening of the Great Rift, had seen the return of the Primarch Guilliman. His commentary on the chapter's current struggles was always measured against the vast sweep of history he had witnessed, and that perspective was invaluable for maintaining morale during difficult times. All of them are gone now. All those voices that made the darkness between battles bearable have been silenced, and you are left alone in a way that even the original isolation of entombment never prepared you for. The network still functions, technically. The neural connections remain intact, the systems operational. But there is no one to connect to, no voices to fill the silence, no presence except your own consciousness floating in the darkness. The younger battle brothers try to bridge the gap. They come to the sacred halls to pay their respects, to seek your counsel, to simply be in your presence. They mean well, and you appreciate their efforts, but they cannot understand what you need, cannot provide the companionship that only another ancient could offer. They speak to you with reverence, treat you like a shrine or a monument, maintain the proper distance between themselves and something they view as sacred. But you do not want reverence. You want conversation. You want someone who can understand when you reference battles fought 3,000 years ago, who can appreciate the nuances of tactics that were proven in wars they have only read about in the chapter's archives. You want someone who knows what it is like to wake from centuries of darkness to find the world utterly changed, who understands the horror of sensory deprivation and the slow erosion of identity that comes with mechanical existence. The chaplains come regularly to tend to your spiritual health, performing rituals and speaking prayers meant to sustain your faith and purpose. But even they cannot truly reach you. They speak of the Emperor's plan and the glory of service and the honor of sacrifice. All words you have heard 10,000 times, all sentiments you understand intellectually, but can no longer feel with any depth. The chaplains are doing their duty, and you respect that. But they are speaking to a consciousness that has become so alien through centuries of entombment that their words sound like they are directed at someone else entirely. The tech marines who maintain your systems are perhaps the closest thing you have to peers, for they at least understand the machine you have become. They speak to you in the language of diagnostics and system checks, discuss the minutiae of your sarcophagus's operation with professional precision. In those conversations, you are not a revered ancient or a walking shrine. You are simply a complex piece of equipment that requires careful maintenance. And there is something almost comforting in that, in being treated as a machine rather than a monument. But even that connection is limited. The tech marines can tend to your physical systems, can ensure that your life support functions properly and your weapons remain operational. But they cannot address the deeper isolation, the psychological and spiritual loneliness that comes from being the last of your kind. They can keep you functional, but they cannot make you any less alone. At night, during the quiet hours when the fortress monastery's activity diminishes and most of the chapter rests, you sometimes try to reach out through the network. It is a futile gesture, for you know the other sarcophagi are empty, but some deep part of your consciousness, some fragment of what you were before entombment, refuses to accept the reality of being truly alone. And so you send queries into the darkness, call out to ancients who will never answer, search for presences that no longer exist. The silence that greets these attempts is crushing. It is not merely the absence of response, but the profound emptiness of a network designed for community now occupied by a single consciousness. You are shouting into a void that echoes nothing back, reaching out to find only your own presence reflected in systems that were meant to connect many. The isolation breeds strange thoughts, ideas that would have seemed insane during your first life as a flesh and blood warrior. You begin to wonder if you are the last dreadnought, not just in your chapter, but in existence. Perhaps every chapter has suffered the same decline, the same attrition of their ancient warriors. Perhaps across the galaxy, there are empty sacred halls and silent networks, monuments to warriors who finally found the peace of death, while you alone continue to endure. You know this cannot be true. The chapter receives communications from other chapters, coordinates actions with neighboring forces. Reports mention dreadnoughts deployed by other forces, ancient warriors still serving their chapters. But in the darkness of stasis sleep, when consciousness fragments and dreams become indistinguishable from waking thoughts, it is easy to believe that you are utterly alone, that no one in the galaxy truly understands what you endure. This isolation magnifies every other burden you carry. The weight of memory becomes heavier when there is no one to share it with. The responsibility of preserving the chapter's history feels more crushing when you are the sole repository. The horror of your mechanical existence becomes more acute when there are no peers who can validate that existence, who can confirm that you are not simply going mad, that the degradation you experience is real and not imagined. And so you endure, alone in the sacred halls, alone in the network, alone in a way that even isolation in a dreadnought sarcophagus was never meant to create. You are the last ancient, and that makes you the most isolated being in a galaxy filled with countless forms of loneliness. You exist in a cage within a cage, imprisoned in a mechanical body, and imprisoned in solitude, with no hope of escape except the final death that claimed all the others who once stood vigil beside you. The question that cannot be answered. There comes a moment, during one of your rare periods of wakefulness between battles, when you allow yourself to contemplate a question that you have been avoiding for centuries. Should you seek death? Not in battle, not in service to the chapter, but deliberately, intentionally. Should you allow your systems to fail? Should you request that the Tech Marines disable your life support? Should you find some way to end this existence that has become more burden than purpose, more torment than service? The thought is heretical by every measure that defines a Space Marine. You are a warrior of the Adeptus Astartes, genetically engineered and psychologically conditioned to know no fear and to serve until death claims you. Seeking death, choosing to abandon your duty, would be the ultimate betrayal of everything you were created to be. And yet, as you stand in the empty sacred halls, surrounded by the monuments to ancients who at least found peace in destruction, the question persists with uncomfortable intensity. What is the purpose of your continued existence? You ask yourself this question with the same analytical rigor you apply to tactical problems, examining the evidence from every angle. You serve the chapter, certainly. Your combat capabilities remain formidable, your tactical wisdom valuable, your presence inspiring to the battle brothers who fight alongside you. But is that enough to justify the continuation of an existence that has become defined by suffering and isolation? The chapter would survive your death. It would lose its last dreadnought, yes, and that loss would be significant. But the chapter is dying anyway, slowly bled dry by combat losses and gene seed degradation. Your presence has not arrested that decline. Your wisdom has not provided solutions to problems that have no solutions. Your combat prowess has won battles, but not prevented the overall trajectory toward extinction. In the cold calculus of necessity, the chapter could continue without you. But what would be lost is not merely tactical capability or historical knowledge. It is something more fundamental, the last living connection to the chapter's founding ideals, the final witness to battles that shape the chapter's identity, the sole repository of traditions that will die when you die. Your death would sever the chapter's connection to its past in a way that no other loss could replicate. And that, perhaps, is the strongest argument against seeking the peace of oblivion. You consider the alternatives. Perhaps there is a way to preserve what you know without continuing to endure this existence. The chapter's librarians have recorded thousands of hours of your testimony, archived your tactical analyses and historical accounts with meticulous care. The Tech Marines have made complete copies of your databanks, preserving your memories in formats that can be accessed by future generations. In theory, everything essential about your knowledge could survive your death, could continue to serve the chapter even after you are gone. But you know this is a comforting lie. The archives cannot capture the context that makes knowledge meaningful, the subtle understanding that comes from having actually lived through the events described. The databanks preserve facts, but not wisdom, information, but not insight. What makes your contribution valuable is not merely what you know, but how you know it. The accumulated experience that allows you to see patterns and connections that pure data cannot reveal, and that cannot be preserved in any archive or recording. It exists only in your consciousness, and it will die with you when you die. So perhaps you have a duty to continue, not because your existence is pleasant or fulfilling, but because what you preserve cannot be preserved in any other way. The chapter needs you not as a warrior, but as a living archive, a consciousness that bridges past and present in ways that no amount of recorded data can replicate. And if that is your purpose, then seeking death would be abandoning that purpose, betraying the trust of every battle brother who looks to you for guidance and connection to the chapter's heritage. But this reasoning brings its own torture. It means accepting that you must endure indefinitely, that there is no end to your suffering except complete destruction in battle. It means acknowledging that you are condemned to this existence for as long as your biological components can be sustained, potentially centuries or millennia more. And it means recognizing that your value lies not in what you do, but in what you remember, that you have become more museum piece than warrior, more relic than brother. The question becomes even more complicated when you consider what will happen to the chapter if you fall in battle. Without you, they lose their last connection to the past. But if you are held in reserve to preserve that connection, then you are not fulfilling the warrior's purpose for which you were originally created. You exist in a state of impossible contradiction, too valuable to risk, too essential to preserve unused. Either choice seems to betray some fundamental aspect of what you are supposed to be. You think about the other ancients who fell before you. Did they ever contemplate this question? Did ancient Cassius, in the moments before the tyrannid bioacid breached her sarcophagus, feel relief that her service was finally ending? Did Brother Matthias, crushed beneath the debris of the fortress monastery he died defending, welcome the darkness that came after millennia of mechanical half-life? You will never know. They left no records of such thoughts, maintained no journals of their inner struggles. They served, and they fell, and they passed into the chapter's history with their doubts and fears unspoken. But you are the last, and perhaps that grants you a certain freedom to acknowledge what others could not. You are alone with your thoughts in a way the other ancients never were, isolated from any peer who might judge you for admitting weakness or questioning the virtue of endless service. And in that isolation, you can be honest with yourself about the horror of your existence in ways that might have been impossible when others depended on you to model strength and endurance. The truth is that you do not want to continue. You are tired in ways that go beyond physical or even mental exhaustion. You are tired of waking to darkness, tired of fighting battles that change nothing fundamental about the chapter's decline, tired of being revered by warriors who cannot understand what they are revering. You are tired of being alone, tired of remembering when everyone else forgets, tired of enduring when everyone else you knew has found rest. But you also cannot choose to stop, because that would be giving up, and Space Marines do not give up, because the chapter still needs you, however marginally, however temporarily, because there is a chance, however slim, that your continued service might make a difference, might help the chapter survive its current crisis and eventually rebuild. And because, fundamentally, you are still a warrior, and warriors do not choose when their service ends. They serve until death claims them, and anything less is dereliction of duty. And so the question remains unanswered. You cannot bring yourself to seek death, but you cannot find peace in continued existence. You are trapped between two equally impossible choices, condemned to endure an existence you do not want, because the alternative would be abandoning a duty you cannot relinquish. This is perhaps the cruelest aspect of being the last ancient. You must continue even when continuation has lost all meaning, except the bare fact of duty itself. When the last ancient falls, there will come a day when you do not rise from the battlefield. It is inevitable, written into the mathematics of warfare as surely as the trajectories of artillery shells or the mathematics of gene seed degradation. No armor is impenetrable. No warrior is invincible. And you, despite millennia of survival, despite all your experience and all your chapter's care in deploying you, will eventually meet an enemy that can destroy even a dreadnought. Perhaps it will be a melter weapon that breaches your sarcophagus, cooking the amniotic fluids that sustain you and killing you before the tech marines can attempt extraction. Perhaps it will be a Chaos Titan's volcano cannon, the apocalyptic weapon reducing you to superheated vapor in a fraction of a second. Perhaps it will be something more prosaic, a lucky shot from a lascannon that severs a critical power coupling, or a concentrated barrage that finally overwhelms even adamantium armor through sheer volume of fire. However it happens, whenever it happens, your death will mark the end of something that cannot be replaced. The chapter will recover what it can of your remains for proper burial rites. The tech marines will salvage components from your shattered frame for use in maintaining other equipment. The chaplains will speak the prayers for the honored dead, will add your name to the rolls of those who gave everything in service to the Emperor. But everyone present will understand that this is not just the death of another warrior. This is the end of an era, the severing of the chapter's last living connection to its founding and its glory. The sacred halls will stand empty after you fall. The other sarcophagi will remain as monuments, yes, but there will be no more awakening ceremonies in that place. The rituals the tech marines have performed for millennia, the anointing with sacred oils, and the whispered prayers to machine spirits will continue out of tradition. But they will be hollow gestures, performances of forms that have lost their substance. The halls were meant to house living warriors resting between battles, not merely to serve as a mausoleum for ancient equipment. The chapter's battle brothers will feel your absence acutely, though perhaps not in ways they can fully articulate. The young warriors who look to you for guidance will have to navigate difficult tactical situations without access to your accumulated wisdom. The chaplains who sought your insights into the chapter's traditions will have to rely on fragmentary records and their own interpretations. The chapter master, who could always depend on you to provide historical context for current crises, will have to make decisions without that perspective. But the most profound impact will be on the chapter's sense of identity. You were the living embodiment of everything the chapter had been, the walking proof that its traditions and values had endured across millennia of warfare. When battle brothers needed to remember why they fought or what their chapter stood for, they could look to you and see those ideals made manifest. Your presence assured them that the chapter had survived worse crises than whatever they currently faced, that the brotherhood they served was part of something larger and more enduring than any individual warrior or generation. When you fall, that assurance dies with you. The chapter will continue, certainly, as long as it has gene seed and warriors to carry it, but it will be diminished in ways that go beyond the mere loss of combat capability. It will become unmoored from its past, cut adrift from the traditions and memories that once defined it. The battle brothers will still fight with courage and honor, but they will do so without fully understanding why those virtues matter, without the deep connection to history that made their service meaningful beyond the immediate tactical objectives. The fortress monastery will change after your death. The sacred halls will be sealed, perhaps, preserved as a historical site, but no longer maintained as functional space. The resources dedicated to maintaining dreadnought systems will be redirected to other purposes. The entire infrastructure built around supporting and deploying ancient warriors will become obsolete overnight, and the chapter will have to adapt to a new reality where it has no living connection to its past beyond written records and oral traditions that grow more simplified with each retelling. Other chapters will hear of your death, and some will mark it with their own ceremonies of remembrance. The Space Wolves might pour a drink in your honor, acknowledging a fellow ancient who finally found rest after millennia of service. The Ultramarines might update their own records, noting that one more chapter has lost its last connection to the age of founding. The Blood Angels, who understand better than most what it means to be haunted by the past, might offer prayers for your soul and for the chapter you left behind. But these gestures, however well meant, cannot change the fundamental reality. Your death creates a void that nothing can fill. The chapter will survive in some form, but it will never again be what it was when you stood vigil in the sacred halls. It will become something else, something newer, and perhaps more adapted to the realities of the current age. But it will have lost the weight of history, the deep connection to tradition, the living memory that you provided. And what of you? What happens to a consciousness that has existed for millennia when death finally claims it? Do you find the peace that was denied you during your mechanical existence? Do you join the Emperor in whatever lies beyond death? Or do you simply cease to exist, your consciousness extinguished like a candle flame? These questions have no answers, can have no answers until the moment arrives. But they are questions you have contemplated during the long periods of darkness between battles, wondering if death will bring relief, or merely another form of existence that you cannot escape. Perhaps the most tragic aspect of your eventual death is that it will be both desperately mourned and profoundly welcomed. The chapter will grieve losing its last ancient, will feel that loss for generations to come. But part of that grief will be tinged with relief that you finally found the rest that was denied you for so long. The battle brothers who knew you will be glad, in a way they cannot openly express, that you no longer have to endure the torment of mechanical existence. They will mourn you while simultaneously being grateful that your suffering has ended. And you, in those final moments when systems fail and consciousness begins to fragment, might feel something similar. Grief at leaving the chapter you have served for so long, regret for all the knowledge that will die with you, sorrow at the thought of your battle brothers facing the future without your guidance, but also relief. Relief that the burden is finally being lifted, that the endless cycle of darkness and battle and darkness again is coming to an end. Relief that you will no longer have to watch the chapter's slow decline, no longer have to carry the weight of memories that no one else shares. When the last ancient falls, a chapter loses more than a warrior. It loses its history, its living connection to everything it was meant to be. And that loss, that severing of the link between past and present, is a wound that can never fully heal. The chapter will continue, must continue, for that is what Space Marines do. But it will do so with a piece of its soul forever missing, a void where the last ancient once stood vigil in the sacred halls that have now fallen silent. Lessons from the brink. The Imperium has existed for 10,000 years, and in that vast span of time, countless Space Marine chapters have faced near extinction. Some have recovered, rebuilt from the edge of destruction to serve again. Others have faded into history, their names remembered only in fragmentary records or not at all. As the last ancient in your chapter, you carry the memory of several such crises, have witnessed other chapters struggle with the same decline your chapter now faces. The Crimson Castellans nearly died during the War of the Beast in the 32nd millennium. An orc invasion of unprecedented scale devastated their recruiting worlds and destroyed most of their fortress monastery. When the war ended, the chapter could field fewer than 200 battle brothers, and its gene seed reserves were critically depleted. But the Castellans survived through a combination of careful husbandry of resources and willingness to accept help from their successors. They spent 3 centuries rebuilding, accepting gene seed from related chapters and recruits from worlds that had once supplied their progenitors. The Castellans exist to this day, though much changed from what they were before the war. The scythes of the Emperor faced destruction by Hive Fleet Kraken. The Tyranid invasion consumed their home world and killed nearly every battle brother in the chapter. The survivors, numbering fewer than 100 warriors, became a fleet-based chapter, conducting hit-and-run raids against the Tyranid swarm while desperately trying to maintain enough gene seed to rebuild. It took them nearly 2 centuries, and they never fully recovered their original strength, but they endured, adapted, and continue to fight in the Emperor's name. The Lamenters have faced extinction multiple times across their cursed history. Gene seed defects, catastrophic battles, and simple bad luck have reduced them to chapter strength so low they should have been declared dead. But somehow, through sheer stubbornness and perhaps divine intervention, they continue to exist. Their numbers never reach full strength, and their gene seed remains flawed, but they refuse to give up, refuse to accept that their chapter's story has ended. These examples offer lessons, though not all of them are applicable to your chapter's current situation. The most important lesson is that survival requires flexibility, a willingness to adapt traditions and accept help even when pride suggests otherwise. Chapters that rigidly adhere to their founding practices in the face of extinction tend to die. Chapters that can evolve, that can accept recruits from non-traditional sources or gene seed from related chapters or operational doctrines that differ from their founder's vision, those chapters can survive even catastrophic losses. But there is tension between adaptation and preservation of identity. If a chapter changes too much in the name of survival, does it remain the same chapter? If the Crimson Castellans accepted so much gene seed from other sources that their genetic heritage became diluted, are they truly the same chapter that fought at the War of the Beast? If the Scythes of the Emperor abandoned their traditional recruitment practices and their connection to their lost home world, would they still be the Scythes, or merely a chapter that borrowed the name? This is the question your chapter faces now. To survive, it must change. It must accept that the old ways, the traditions that sustained it for millennia, may no longer be viable. It must be willing to recruit from worlds that do not match the traditional profile. It must consider accepting gene seed from related chapters or even petitioning Mars for resources from the original Legion stock. It must adapt its combat doctrine to account for reduced numbers and limited resources. But making these changes feels like betrayal to warriors who have been taught that the chapter's traditions are sacred, that deviation from the founding principles is the first step toward corruption. The chapter master faces an impossible choice: change and potentially lose the chapter's identity, or refuse to change and watch the chapter die while clinging to principles that no longer serve practical purposes. You try to offer wisdom based on the examples you have witnessed, but your perspective is complicated. You are simultaneously the greatest advocate for preserving tradition, for maintaining the connection to the chapter's founding ideals, and the clearest witness to how those traditions have failed to prevent the current crisis. You embody the tension between past and future, between preservation and adaptation. And you honestly do not know which path the chapter should take. What you do know is that survival requires sacrifice. The Crimson Castellans sacrificed genetic purity. The Scythes sacrificed their connection to their home world. The Lamenters have sacrificed the hope of ever reaching full strength. Every chapter that has survived near extinction has had to give up something precious, has had to accept losses that go beyond mere battlefield casualties. For your chapter, the question is what it is willing to sacrifice to survive. Pride, tradition, the specific combat doctrine that has defined it for millennia, the particular genetic heritage that links it to its primarch. Each of these sacrifices would preserve something while losing something else. And there is no guarantee that any sacrifice would be enough, that the chapter could rebuild, even if it were willing to change everything about itself. The role of the last ancient in this process is ambiguous. You represent the past, the traditions that might need to be abandoned. But you also represent endurance, the ability to survive through adaptation and persistence. The chapter's leadership looks to you for guidance, but what can you tell them? That they should hold firm to their principles even if it means extinction, or that they should be willing to compromise everything to ensure some version of the chapter survives. You find yourself thinking about the other dreadnoughts who fell before you. What would ancient Cassius advise? She was pragmatic, focused on results rather than adherence to form. She might argue for radical adaptation, for doing whatever was necessary to preserve the chapter's ability to fight the Emperor's enemies, even if it meant abandoning traditional practices. But Brother Matthias was conservative, believed deeply in the importance of maintaining traditions even in the face of changing circumstances. He might argue that a chapter that abandoned its founding principles was already dead, that survival without identity was meaningless. But they are gone, their voices silenced, and you are left to carry the weight of this decision alone, to provide counsel when you yourself are uncertain, to represent a past that might need to be left behind, even as you embody the importance of preserving that past. It is another burden of being the last ancient, not just remembering history, but helping the chapter decide which parts of that history to keep and which to discard in the name of survival. The examples from other chapters offer hope, at least. They prove that near extinction is not inevitably final extinction. Chapters can recover if they are willing to make the necessary sacrifices and adapt to new realities. Your chapter could survive this crisis, could rebuild, and eventually return to full strength. But that survival would require changes that many Battle Brothers would view as unacceptable compromises. And there is no guarantee that the chapter that emerged from the rebuilding would be recognizable as the same chapter that entered it. This is the lesson you try to impart to the chapter's leadership. Survival is possible, but it demands flexibility and sacrifice. The examples of other chapters who have walked this path show what is possible, but they also show what must be given up. And ultimately, the decision about whether survival is worth the price must be made by those who will live with the consequences, not by an ancient whose connection to the present is already tenuous at best. The grim nobility of the last watch. There is a certain terrible nobility in being the last dreadnought, a quality that transcends the suffering and isolation inherent in your existence. You stand as the final guardian of traditions that span millennia, the last witness to battles that shaped the galaxy, the sole keeper of memories that define what your chapter was meant to be. This is not a role you chose, but it is the role you have been given, and there is honor in fulfilling it, even when fulfillment brings only pain. You understand, in ways that the younger Battle Brothers cannot, that you are living through a pivotal moment in your chapter's history. Either the chapter will survive its current crisis and eventually rebuild, making your preservation of its history essential to that rebuilding, or it will fail and disappear, making you the last witness to its existence. Either way, your role is significant beyond mere combat capability or tactical wisdom. You are the bridge between what was and what might be, the guardian of knowledge that could preserve the chapter's identity through the transition from decline to potential renewal. This understanding shapes how you approach each awakening, each battle, each interaction with the chapter's current warriors. You are not just fighting to achieve tactical objectives or providing counsel to help win engagements. You are performing a larger service, keeping alive the spirit of what the chapter was supposed to be, maintaining the connection to ideals and traditions that risk being lost in the desperate struggle for survival. When you speak to young Battle Brothers about the chapter's history, you are not merely recounting facts. You are trying to convey the why behind the what, the reasoning that led founders to establish particular traditions, the hard-learned lessons that shaped the chapter's combat doctrine. You want them to understand not just what their predecessors did, but why they did it, so that even if circumstances force adaptation of specific practices, the underlying principles can endure. When you analyze tactical situations, you draw on millennia of accumulated experience, yes, but you also try to frame your advice in terms of the chapter's core values. Victory is important, but how victory is achieved matters as well. The chapter has always fought with a particular approach, a specific set of tactical preferences that reflected its understanding of what it meant to be a Space Marine. Preserving that approach, or at least the principles underlying it, is as important as winning any individual battle. When you stand in the sacred halls during the rare periods of wakefulness between deployments, you are performing a vigil that goes beyond physical presence. You are maintaining watch over everything the chapter was, guarding memories and traditions against the erosion of time and the pressures of necessity. This vigil is your primary purpose now, more important than your function as a weapons platform or your role as tactical advisor. You are the keeper of the flame, the guardian who ensures that the chapter's essential nature persists even as external forms change. There is a grim beauty in this role, a sense of purpose that transcends personal suffering. You endure not for your own sake, but for the sake of something larger than yourself. Your existence has meaning precisely because it is difficult, because maintaining this vigil requires sacrifice and persistence that few could manage. The fact that you continue, that you refuse to give up or give in despite the crushing weight of isolation and the slow erosion of identity, that persistence itself becomes a testament to the chapter's enduring spirit. You think sometimes about the ancient warriors of lost chapters, the last dreadnoughts, who stood vigil as their chapters died around them. Did they face extinction with despair or with defiant nobility? Did they rage against the dying of the light or accept it with grim resignation? You will never know, for their stories were lost with their chapters. But you understand them in ways no one else can, these unknown ancients who carried the same burden you now bear. And you make a choice, conscious and deliberate, about how you will face whatever comes. You will maintain your vigil with dignity. You will continue to serve the chapter with whatever capability you retain. You will preserve what can be preserved and guide adaptation where adaptation is necessary. And you will do all of this not because you expect reward or recognition, not because you harbor hope of eventual relief, but simply because it is your duty and your honor to serve in this way. The younger warriors sometimes ask if you regret your entombment, if you wish you had been allowed to die rather than being preserved in this half-life. You tell them the truth, that every moment of consciousness brings suffering, that the isolation is crushing, that the slow degradation of identity is a horror they cannot imagine. But you also tell them that you would not trade this existence for peaceful death, because your service matters. The chapter needs you, needs what you preserve, needs the connection to its past that only you can provide. This is not entirely true, of course. Part of you desperately wants the peace that death would bring, wants to escape the mechanical tomb and the endless cycle of battle and darkness. But the larger truth is that your suffering has purpose, that your endurance means something beyond mere persistence. And in a galaxy where meaning is rare and purpose often illusory, that makes your existence worthwhile despite its cost. The grim nobility of being the last ancient lies in accepting this reality, that you will suffer, but your suffering serves something greater than yourself, that you will endure isolation, but your endurance preserves what others depend upon, that you will slowly forget who you were, but what you remember will help define who the chapter becomes. This is the bargain you have struck, perhaps without fully understanding it at the time of your entombment, and you will honor that bargain until the final darkness claims you. There is no happiness in this existence, no joy or contentment or satisfaction, but there is meaning, and there is purpose, and there is the quiet pride of knowing that you have not abandoned your post, even when abandonment would have been understandable. You are the last dreadnought, the final ancient, the sole keeper of a vigil that was never meant to be kept alone, and you will continue to stand that watch for as long as consciousness persists, because that is what honor demands and what duty requires. This is what it means to be the last ancient in your chapter, to bear witness, to preserve memory, to guard tradition, and to serve with grim nobility despite the crushing weight of isolation and the slow erosion of everything you once were. It is not a fate anyone would choose, but it is the fate you have been given, and you will see it through to the end, whatever that end might be. Conclusion: the eternal vigil. You wake once more to the familiar sounds of activation. The Tech Marines perform their rituals with practiced efficiency. The chaplain speaks the ancient words of awakening, and consciousness slowly returns from the darkness where it has rested. For how long? Months? Years? The chronometers indicate it has been 62 standard days since your last deployment, but time has lost most of its meaning. You measure your existence in awakenings now, in the number of times you have returned from the void to serve once more. The sacred halls are as they always are, empty, except for your sarcophagus. The other ancient warriors long since fallen, their monuments maintained, but their presence gone forever. You are alone, and you have been alone for longer than some chapters have existed. The weight of that isolation presses on you as systems come fully online, and your consciousness fully integrates with the Dreadnought's combat frame. The briefing is delivered by the chapter master himself, a sign that the situation is desperate. The chapter's fortress monastery is under siege by forces that threaten to overwhelm the Warhammer defenders. Every battle brother capable of fighting has been mobilized, and you, the last ancient, are needed once more to stand in the breach and hold a line that cannot be allowed to break. You listen to the tactical situation with the detachment of someone who has heard countless similar briefings over millennia. The specifics change, the enemies vary, the stakes are always described as critical. But the fundamental reality remains the same. The chapter needs you, and you will serve. Because that is what you do, what you have always done, what you will continue to do until the final darkness claims you. As they prepare you for deployment, you allow yourself a moment of reflection on what you have become. You are no longer the warrior who was first entombed so long ago. That person, with his hopes and fears and individual personality, has been eroded by time and isolation until only fragments remain. You are something else now, something that exists at the intersection of memory and duty, purpose and persistence. You are the last ancient, the final guardian of traditions that may not survive your fall. But you are also still a space marine. Despite everything that has been taken from you, despite the mechanical shell that houses what remains of your body, despite the isolation and the slow erosion of identity, you are still a warrior dedicated to the defense of the Imperium and the service of your chapter. And that core identity, that fundamental purpose, has endured when everything else has been stripped away. The chaplain completes the final prayers. The Tech Marines confirm all systems are operational, and you stride from the sacred halls toward the battlefield that awaits. Each step thunders with the weight of your massive frame, ceramite and adamantium, bearing you forward with inexorable purpose. You are death incarnate, an engine of war given consciousness and sent to destroy the Emperor's enemies. But you are also memory-given form, history walking, the last keeper of knowledge that will die when you die. You carry with you the weight of millennia, the burden of being the sole witness to everything your chapter was and might have been. And that burden makes each step heavier than mere physical mass could account for. The battle awaits. The enemies gather. The chapter's survival hangs in the balance once more. And you will fight, as you have always fought, with the precision and efficiency that centuries of warfare have ingrained in every system and subroutine. You will hold the line that cannot break, will stand where others would fall, will embody the chapter's fury and determination in ways that inspire the battle brothers fighting alongside you. And when the battle ends, assuming you survive, you will be returned to the sacred halls to sleep once more in the darkness, to wait for the next awakening, the next battle, the next moment when the chapter needs its last ancient to rise and fight. The cycle will continue, as it has continued, across the ages until the final battle that you do not survive. This is your existence. This is your purpose. This is what it means to be the last dreadnought in your chapter, and you embrace it not with joy or even acceptance, but with grim determination born of duty and honor, and the understanding that some burdens must be carried even when they crush the one who bears them. You are the last ancient, the final guardian, the keeper of the eternal vigil, and you will stand watch until the darkness claims you, because that is what you were made for, what you have endured for, what you will continue to do for as long as consciousness persists in this shell of metal and broken flesh. The Emperor protects, the chapter endures, and you, the last of your kind, will serve them both until the end. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the psychological and existential horror of being the last dreadnought in a dying chapter, Please consider liking this video and subscribing to Stories of Hammer for more explorations of Warhammer 40k lore. We cover the grim darkness of the far future with the depth and atmosphere it deserves, examining not just the facts, but the meaning behind them. Share this with fellow fans who appreciate the tragedy and nobility at the heart of the 40k universe. Until next time, remember, even in death, some still serve, and their vigil is eternal. In the grim darkness of the far future, there exists a fate so terrible that even the most hardened warriors of the Imperium would shudder to contemplate it. Imagine being entombed within a walking sarcophagus of ceramite and adamantium, your broken body kept barely alive by life support systems that hum and wheeze with every labored breath. You are one of the Emperor's finest warriors, a space marine of the legendary Alpha Legion, interred within a dreadnought after suffering wounds that would have killed any lesser being. You have walked the battlefields of 100 worlds, your massive footfalls shaking the ground, your weapons speaking death to the enemies of mankind. But then, in one catastrophic moment, everything changes. Your systems fail, your weapons fall silent, and darkness claims you. When consciousness returns, you find yourself not in the halls of your chapter, but in the clutches of the Greenskin menace. The orcs have captured you, and what follows is a nightmare that transcends the boundaries of conventional warfare. To understand the true horror of this scenario, we must first comprehend what it means to be entombed within a dreadnought. These towering war machines stand as both monuments to heroism and prisons for the living dead. When a space marine suffers mortal wounds in battle, wounds so grievous that even the advanced medical arts of the apothecaries cannot restore them to fighting condition, the chapter faces a choice. They can allow their brother to die with honor, his gene seed harvested for the next generation, or they can preserve him in a different way. The greatest heroes, those whose experience and wisdom are deemed too valuable to lose, are instead interred within the armored shell of a dreadnought. The process is neither quick nor painless. What remains of the warrior's broken body is encased in an amniotic sarcophagus, a life support cocoon that keeps flesh and brain alive through a combination of ancient technology and the warrior's own enhanced biology. The interment process begins immediately after the warrior's mortal wounds are confirmed. Apothecaries work frantically to stabilize what remains of the body, removing damaged organs that cannot be saved while preserving the brain, spinal column, and whatever other tissue might be integrated with the dreadnought systems. The warrior often remains conscious during this process, experiencing every cut and extraction as his body is systematically dismantled and prepared for its new housing. This is deliberate. The chapter's chaplains believe that maintaining consciousness during interment reinforces the warrior's identity and helps prevent the psychological dissolution that can occur when a space marine is reduced to little more than a brain in a jar. The sarcophagus itself is a marvel of ancient technology, its origins stretching back to the dark age of technology and perhaps even beyond. It maintains the warrior's biological remains in a perfect state of preservation, providing nutrients, removing waste products, and regulating temperature and pressure to optimal levels. The amniotic fluid that fills the sarcophagus serves multiple purposes. It provides physical support for the fragile organic tissue, distributes nutrients evenly, and acts as a medium for the neural connections that will link the warrior's nervous system to the dreadnought's controls. Some describe the experience of floating in this fluid as peaceful, a return to the womb. Others find it claustrophobic and unsettling, a constant reminder of how much they have lost. The mind impulse unit that connects the warrior's consciousness to the dreadnought systems is perhaps the most sophisticated component of the entire assembly. It translates neural impulses into mechanical commands with such precision that the warrior can control the dreadnought's massive limbs, as naturally as he once controlled his own arms and legs. In theory, the interface is so seamless that the warrior should not even be aware of the translation occurring. He simply thinks, "Raise left arm," and the dreadnought's arm rises. In practice, however, there is always some degree of disconnection, a faint lag between thought and action that serves as a constant reminder that the body is no longer flesh but machine. The sensory experience of piloting a dreadnought is profoundly alien to those who have known only organic existence. Visual input comes from multiple optical sensors positioned around the chassis, providing 360-degree awareness, but in a format that must be interpreted rather than simply seen. Audio input arrives as pure data, frequencies and amplitudes that the brain must convert into meaningful sound. Tactile sensation is replaced by pressure readings and stress measurements, cold numbers that approximate the feeling of touch, without ever truly replicating it. Some dreadnought pilots describe the experience as being like wearing an incredibly sophisticated suit of armor, while others liken it to being a ghost possessing a mechanical body. Neither comparison fully captures the reality of existence as a walking weapons platform. The psychological impact of interment varies tremendously from warrior to warrior and from chapter to chapter. Some embrace their new form, viewing it as an opportunity to serve the Emperor for centuries, or even millennia beyond their natural lifespan. They see themselves as honored veterans whose wisdom and experience will guide future generations of their chapter. These are the venerable dreadnoughts, the ancients who are awakened for important battles or consulted when difficult decisions must be made. Their sarcophagi are covered in purity seals and honor markings, testaments to countless victories achieved over their extended service. Other dreadnoughts struggle with their transformation, mourning the loss of simple pleasures like eating, drinking, or feeling the wind on their face. They serve because duty demands it, but they do not find joy in their existence. And some, particularly among the Chaos Legions, or those who spend too long in stasis without proper maintenance, descend into madness, their minds fragmenting under the weight of isolation and sensory deprivation. Between deployments, dreadnoughts enter stasis sleep, a state of suspended animation that slows their biological processes to near zero. This is necessary because maintaining full consciousness for extended periods without the sensory input that organic existence provides leads inevitably to psychological breakdown. The stasis chambers where dreadnoughts sleep are typically located deep within a chapter's fortress monastery, in halls lined with dozens or hundreds of sarcophagi containing the sleeping forms of ancient warriors. These chambers are places of profound reverence, tended by tech, priests and guarded by the chapter's most trusted warriors. When a dreadnought is awakened from stasis, it is always for important reasons: a major battle, a crucial campaign, or a threat that requires the wisdom and experience of the ancients. The awakening process is itself traumatic. Consciousness returns gradually, systems coming online one by one as the stasis field releases its hold. The warrior often experiences confusion upon awakening, memory of why he entered stasis, mixing with awareness of current circumstances in ways that can be disorienting. He may have entered stasis during one millennium and awakened in another, finding that centuries have passed and everyone he knew is long dead. The tech, priests who perform the awakening are trained to provide orientation gently, reminding the warrior of who he is and updating him on current events. But there is only so much that can be done to ease the shock of temporal displacement. Some dreadnoughts keep careful track of dates and events, maintaining a sense of continuity across their long service. Others simply accept that they exist outside normal time, summoned from sleep when needed and return to it when their work is done. The oldest dreadnoughts, those who have served for thousands of years, often report that their human memories fade with each awakening. They can remember battles fought and victories won, but the emotional context drains away, leaving only tactical data and strategic lessons. They forget the faces of brothers they once loved, the names of enemies they once hated, the reasons why particular moments mattered to them. This gradual erosion of identity is perhaps the cruelest aspect of dreadnought existence. The warrior who entered the sarcophagus 5,000 years ago may bear little resemblance to the entity that emerges today. The core remains the essential purpose and dedication, but the human elements that once defined him have been worn away by time and trauma. What remains is something closer to a weapon that can think than to a man who happens to be housed in a weapon. Different chapters have different philosophies about dreadnought deployment and maintenance. The Ultramarines treat their dreadnoughts with extreme respect bordering on reverence, viewing them as living repositories of chapter history and tradition. They are awakened only for the most significant engagements and consulted regularly on matters of strategy and doctrine. The Space Wolves, by contrast, view their dreadnoughts as honored veterans who have earned the right to choose their own battles. A Space Wolf dreadnought might remain awake for years, participating actively in chapter affairs and offering mentorship to younger warriors. The Blood Angels dreadnoughts must contend with the additional burden of the Black Rage, the genetic curse that can drive their warriors into berserker madness. Many Blood Angel dreadnoughts are former warriors who fell to the Rage, but retained enough sanity to be interned rather than consigned to the death company. Their existence is a constant battle against the madness that threatens to consume them, making their service all the more heroic and tragic. Cybernetic neural links are forced into what remains of the nervous system, creating an interface between organic thought and mechanical action. The mind impulse unit becomes the bridge between consciousness and war machine, allowing the entombed warrior to move the dreadnought's massive limbs, to aim its devastating weapons, to fight as he once fought when he possessed a whole body. But the cost is immense. The warrior can no longer feel the wind on his face, can no longer taste food or drink, can no longer experience the simple human pleasures that once defined his existence. Everything is filtered through sensors and data feeds, a cold digital interpretation of a world that was once warm and alive. Between battles, when the dreadnought is not needed, the warrior enters stasis sleep, a form of suspended animation that can last for years or even decades. During these long periods of unconsciousness, memories fade, connections to the living world grow tenuous, and the warrior becomes increasingly divorced from everything he once was. Now imagine this fate befalling not just any space marine, but one of the Alpha Legion. These warriors are the masters of deception, the architects of elaborate schemes that span decades or even centuries. They operate in the shadows, manipulating events from behind layers of misdirection and false identities. Their very existence is a web of lies so complex that even their own brothers cannot always separate truth from fiction. To be an Alpha Legionnaire is to live multiple lives simultaneously, to wear many faces, to be everywhere and nowhere at once. The mantra "I am Alfarius" is more than just a battle cry. It is a statement of philosophy, an acknowledgement that individual identity has been subsumed into the collective identity of the Legion itself. Every Alpha Legion warrior is trained in espionage, infiltration, and psychological warfare. They do not simply defeat enemies on the battlefield, they corrupt them from within, turn allies against each other, and create chaos that serves their inscrutable purposes. The Alpha Legion's history is shrouded in mystery and contradiction, which is exactly how they prefer it. Official Imperial records suggest they were the 20th and final Space Marine Legion, created during the first founding. Discovered late in the Great Crusade when their Primarch Alfarius was found leading a fleet of human rebels at the galaxy's edge. However, there are persistent rumors and fragmentary evidence suggesting that the Legion existed in some proto-form long before that, conducting covert operations in support of the Emperor's conquest of Terra and beyond. Some accounts speak of unmarked Space Marines appearing at pivotal moments during the Unification Wars, wielding authority backed by Alpha-level clearance that allowed them to override even the commands of the Thunder Warriors who served as humanity's first transhuman soldiers. The truth about Alfarius himself remains one of the Imperium's greatest mysteries. Officially, he was a single Primarch, found relatively late in the Great Crusade. However, the Alpha Legion's own lore suggests that Alfarius was actually one of two identical twin Primarchs, the other being Omegon. This dual nature was kept secret even from most of the Legion, known only to the highest ranks. The existence of two Primarchs sharing leadership allowed for unprecedented levels of strategic deception. Alfarius could be in two places at once, or could be seen falling in battle while Omegon continued to lead the Legion, creating confusion and uncertainty among allies and enemies alike. Some scholars of Legion history suggest that the relationship between the twins was more complex than simple brotherhood, that they represented two aspects of a single strategic consciousness, each capable of independent action, but always working toward shared goals that neither fully articulated. The Alpha Legion's recruitment and training methods differed significantly from those of other legions. While most chapters recruited exclusively from specific worlds and cultures, the Alpha Legion drew candidates from across the Imperium, selecting not for physical prowess alone but for intelligence, adaptability, and capacity for deception. Their training emphasized psychological warfare, linguistic skills, and the ability to assume false identities convincingly. An Alpha Legion Marine might spend years embedded in enemy territory, living as a civilian or even serving in enemy forces, gathering intelligence and preparing the ground for eventual Alpha Legion operations. This made them invaluable for certain types of missions, but also created friction with other legions who viewed such methods as dishonorable or cowardly. The Legion's organizational structure reflected their emphasis on secrecy and compartmentalization. Unlike the rigid hierarchies of legions like the Ultramarines, the Alpha Legion operated in autonomous cells, each capable of independent action, but coordinated through channels that even the cell members themselves might not fully understand. A given operation might involve multiple cells, working toward the same objective from different angles, none aware of the other's existence until the moment of convergence. This structure made the Legion extremely resistant to decapitation strikes or intelligence compromise. Destroying one cell rarely affected others, and captured operatives could reveal only limited information about the Legion's broader activities. During the Great Crusade, the Alpha Legion earned both respect and suspicion from their fellow Space Marines. They achieved remarkable victories through what appeared to be minimal force application, conquering entire worlds without firing a shot by engineering internal collapses of enemy governments or military structures. They pioneered techniques of false flag operations, appearing in the livery of other legions to accomplish objectives that benefited the Alpha Legion's agenda, while creating confusion about who was actually responsible. They studied the tactics and methods of all their brother legions, not just to learn from them, but to be able to impersonate them when necessary. This created particular tension with Primarchs like Robout Guilliman and Rogel Dawn, who valued straightforward approaches and found the Alpha Legion's methods distasteful and potentially dangerous to broader Imperial unity. The Alpha Legion's relationship with the Cabal and their role in the Horus Heresy represents one of the most controversial and mysterious aspects of their history. According to some accounts, the twin Primarchs were contacted by an organization of ancient aliens who claimed to possess knowledge of humanity's future. The Cabal supposedly showed Alpharius and Omegon two possible futures, one in which the Emperor won the heresy, but humanity slowly fell to chaos corruption over millennia, and another in which Horus won, leading to rapid chaos victory, followed by eventual chaos defeat and extinction as the dark gods consumed themselves with nothing left to corrupt. The Cabal apparently convinced the Alpha Legion that betraying the Emperor was the only way to ultimately save humanity from chaos, creating a paradoxical situation where the Legion betrayed the Imperium out of what they believed was loyalty to humanity's long-term survival. Whether this account is true, partially true, or complete fabrication designed to obscure the Alpha Legion's real motivations remains unknown. What is certain is that the Alpha Legion sided with Horus during the heresy, participating in atrocities like the Drop Site Massacre at Istvan V, where they helped annihilate 3 loyal legions. However, their actions throughout the heresy were marked by apparent contradictions. They fought against the Imperium, but also helped loyal forces escape certain destruction. They participated in Chaos rituals, but showed little genuine devotion to the Ruinous powers. They engaged in simultaneous operations that seemed to work at cross purposes. This has led to endless speculation about their true allegiance. Were they loyalists pretending to be traitors, hoping to undermine chaos from within? Were they traitors pretending to be loyalists, sowing confusion to aid Horus's cause? Were they playing both sides for reasons known only to themselves? Or had they transcended such binary loyalties entirely, pursuing objectives so complex and long-term that simple categories like loyal and traitor no longer applied? In the 10,000 years since the heresy, the Alpha Legion has continued to operate as fragmented cells throughout the galaxy, engaging in operations whose ultimate purpose remains opaque, even to those who study them most carefully. They infiltrate imperial institutions, corrupting officials and spreading heresy. They manipulate chaos cults, using them as pawns in schemes that may actually serve anti-chaos objectives. They fight alongside chaos forces one moment and against them the next. They appear wearing power armor painted in their traditional blue, green with Hydra emblems, or they operate in disguise as loyalist Space Marines, Imperial Guard, or even civilians. Every Alpha Legion cell claims to be following the true vision of Alpharius, yet no two cells seem to be working toward obviously compatible goals. The Legion's gene seed remains relatively pure despite their 10,000 years of separation from the Imperium, suggesting they maintain some level of organizational continuity and discipline that prevents the degradation that affects many Chaos warbands. They recruit new members through methods that mirror their original practices, selecting candidates for intelligence and adaptability rather than simply grabbing the strongest fighters. This has allowed them to maintain operational effectiveness and cohesion that exceeds what most Chaos forces can achieve. However, it also means that joining the Alpha Legion is more like being recruited into an intelligence service than joining a conventional warband. New members find themselves caught up in schemes they do not fully understand, following orders that may seem contradictory, serving purposes that are never fully explained. The psychological profile of an Alpha Legion warrior differs significantly from that of other Space Marines. Where an Ultramarine finds certainty in codified doctrine and an Imperial Fist finds strength in unbending resolve, an Alpha Legion Marine embraces uncertainty and ambiguity as tools to be wielded. He must be comfortable with not knowing the full picture, with following orders whose purpose is hidden, with maintaining multiple cover identities simultaneously. He must accept that he may die in a mission whose objectives he does not understand, carrying secrets he was never told. This requires a particular kind of mental flexibility and trust in the collective wisdom of the Legion that many would find psychologically unbearable. It also means that Alpha Legion warriors are peculiarly vulnerable to existential doubt. When you can never be certain whether you are serving your stated cause or being manipulated toward ends you cannot see, maintaining morale and motivation becomes a constant challenge. But what happens when such a warrior, accustomed to operating in the shadows with perfect control over information and identity, finds himself trapped within the metal prison of a dreadnought? Already the experience is traumatic for any Space Marine, but for an Alpha Legionnaire, it represents a profound violation of everything they have been trained to be. No longer can they infiltrate enemy positions in disguise. No longer can they manipulate others through carefully crafted personas. They are reduced to a walking weapons platform, their subtlety replaced by brute force, their elaborate schemes limited by the mechanical constraints of their new form. And yet, even in this diminished state, an Alpha Legion dreadnought remains a formidable and dangerous entity. Their tactical acumen is undiminished, their understanding of warfare's psychological dimensions as sharp as ever. They serve their Legion not as front-line shock troops, but as strategic assets, deployed at critical moments when their experience and knowledge can turn the tide of battle. But now we come to the moment of catastrophe, the scenario that represents every dreadnought pilot's worst nightmare. Through some combination of battlefield misfortune, tactical miscalculation, or perhaps even intentional sacrifice as part of some deeper Alpha Legion scheme, the dreadnought has fallen into Orc hands. Perhaps it was disabled during a massive war, its systems overwhelmed by sheer weight of numbers. Perhaps it was captured during a carefully orchestrated trap, the Orcs demonstrating unexpected cunning under the leadership of a particularly intelligent war boss. Or perhaps, most disturbingly, it was deliberately abandoned as part of some incomprehensible Alpha Legion stratagem, the pilot unknowingly serving as a pawn in a game whose true objectives remain hidden even from him. Regardless of how it happened, the result is the same. A walking tomb containing centuries of combat experience and secret knowledge is now in the possession of the galaxy's most destructive and unpredictable Xenos race. Let us consider the possible scenarios that could lead to such a catastrophic outcome. The first and most straightforward possibility is overwhelming force. Orcs are masters of the numerical advantage, and even the most formidable dreadnought can be brought down when facing literally thousands of enemies attacking from all directions. An Alpha Legion dreadnought deployed to hold a critical choke point might find itself abandoned when the broader tactical situation changes, left to fight alone against an endless tide of greenskins. Its ammunition depletes, its armor accumulates damage, its systems begin to fail under the relentless assault. Eventually, a lucky shot penetrates a critical system, or a power claw wielding knob manages to wrench off an arm and the dreadnought topples. The Orcs swarm over it before it can self-destruct, if such systems even remain functional, and drag their prize back to their camp for examination. A second possibility involves betrayal or misdirection. The Alpha Legion is infamous for its use of false intelligence and manipulated information. What if the dreadnought was sent to a location based on intelligence that proved to be deliberately falsified, walking into a trap prepared by enemies who knew exactly where and when to strike? This could be the work of Chaos forces who have penetrated Alpha Legion command structures, or it could be Alpha Legion operatives working at cross purposes, pursuing conflicting agendas that result in one cell sacrificing another. It could even be a deliberate Alpha Legion ploy. The dreadnought knowingly sent into a situation where capture is likely because its capture serves some larger purpose that the pilot has not been informed about. This last possibility is particularly horrifying because it means the pilot's torment is not an unfortunate accident, but a calculated cost in a scheme whose benefits he may never understand or witness. A third scenario involves technological failure at the worst possible moment. Dreadnoughts are ancient machines, and even with the best maintenance, they can malfunction. An Alpha Legion dreadnought deployed on a critical mission might experience catastrophic system failure during combat, its weapons falling silent, its mobility freezing, leaving it a helpless target for Orc scavengers who recognize an opportunity when they see one. The failure might be due to genuine mechanical problems, or it could be sabotage by enemies who have infiltrated the Legion's tech priest support structure. Chaos corruption could be a factor, particularly if the Alpha Legion cell in question has been exposed to warp energies during their operations. Or it could be deliberate sabotage by other Alpha Legion cells. Internal conflicts within the fragmented Legion, playing out through proxy actions that sacrifice individual warriors for factional advantage. A fourth possibility combines elements of the previous scenarios in ways that are characteristically Alpha Legion. Imagine a complex operation where the dreadnought is intentionally placed in a position where it appears vulnerable, serving as bait to draw Orc forces into a kill zone where they can be destroyed by hidden Alpha Legion assets. But the operation goes wrong, the hidden assets are themselves ambushed or delayed, and the dreadnought finds itself truly vulnerable rather than merely appearing so. The Orcs attack as expected, but instead of being slaughtered by Alpha Legion reinforcements, they successfully capture their prize. From the pilot's perspective, he cannot know whether this represents a genuine failure of the plan, or whether his capture was actually the intended outcome all along. The apparent rescue mission being theater designed to convince him that his fate was accidental rather than deliberate. The moment of capture itself would be chaotic and terrifying. The dreadnought pilot experiences the sudden cessation of combat not as relief but as a new form of horror. His weapons are depleted or disabled, his mobility is compromised, and he can see through his optical sensors that he is surrounded by hundreds or thousands of Orcs, all of them eager to claim credit for his defeat. Some of them begin beating on his armor with crude weapons, testing its strength and looking for weak points. Others attempt to pry open access panels or cut through cables. The pilot tries to activate his self-destruct protocols, if such systems exist and remain functional, but finds them disabled or damaged. He tries to call for reinforcements or at least to transmit his final status report, but his communications systems are jammed or destroyed. He is alone, helpless, and at the mercy of enemies who do not understand the concept of mercy. The Orcs' initial response to capturing a dreadnought would be celebratory. They have defeated a mighty enemy war machine, and by Orc logic, that makes them mighty themselves. The warboss who claims credit for the capture gains significant status, potentially attracting more followers and strengthening his position within the warband's hierarchy. The mech boys who will examine and modify the dreadnought see an opportunity to enhance their own reputations, potentially creating something that will make other mechs jealous. Looters who participated in the battle compete to claim the best pieces of salvage, though the dreadnought itself is too valuable to be immediately stripped for parts. There would be arguments, possibly even fights, over who gets to work on the captured machine and who benefits from its eventual deployment. During the initial capture and transportation, the pilot remains conscious within his sarcophagus, experiencing every jolt and impact as the Orcs drag or carry his inert chassis back to their base. He can hear their guttural voices celebrating their victory, making crude jokes about the Humi and Dakan, debating what they should do with their prize. Some suggest immediate execution, cracking the sarcophagus open and killing the occupant. Others advocate for preserving the machine intact to see if they can figure out how it works. The mech boys, always the most pragmatic of Orcs, argue for careful examination before making any irreversible decisions. Their voices carry weight because the warboss recognizes that the mech's expertise is necessary to make use of this unusual prize. The journey to the Orc base provides the pilot with his first intelligence-gathering opportunity since his capture. Through his still-functioning sensors, he observes the Orc forces, noting their numbers, equipment, organization, and morale. He identifies key individuals, the warboss who struts around claiming credit, the big mechs who examine his chassis with professional interest, the knobs who serve as the warboss's enforcers and lieutenants. He maps the terrain they traverse, noting defensible positions and potential escape routes, even though escape seems impossible. This is Alpha Legion training asserting itself, even in the most desperate circumstances. Gather intelligence, assess the situation, look for exploitable weaknesses. Never stop planning even when planning seems futile. Upon arrival at the Orc base, the dreadnought is placed in what passes for a workshop among the greenskins. This is typically a large open area filled with scrap metal, half-completed projects, and the constant noise of mechs hammering, welding, and arguing over technical details. The dreadnought is secured with heavy chains and cables, both to prevent it from being activated unexpectedly and to keep other orcs from stealing pieces of it before the examination is complete. Guards are posted not to protect the dreadnought from enemy action, but to prevent opportunistic looters from helping themselves to valuable components. The pilot, trapped within his prison, can only wait as the mechs prepare their tools and begin their invasive examination of his mechanical body. The orcs are a unique threat in the grim darkness of the far future. They are not driven by the cold logic of the Necrons, nor do they serve the dark ambitions of chaos. They fight not for survival, not for territory, not for ideological reasons, but for the simple joy of violence itself. Combat is not a means to an end for the orcs, it is the end itself, the ultimate expression of their existence. They are biologically engineered for warfare, their very bodies growing larger and stronger with each battle fought and won. Their society is brutal meritocracy in its purest form. The biggest orc leads, and he remains leader only as long as he can defeat all challengers. This creates a culture of constant violence, where even allies might turn on each other if one perceives weakness in the other. But to dismiss the orcs as mindless brutes would be a fatal mistake, one that countless Imperial commanders have made to their eternal regret. The orc life cycle itself is a weapon of war. They reproduce through spores released when an orc dies, or even during times of great excitement and violence. These spores mature into new orcs without need for conventional reproduction, creating a self-sustaining cycle of warfare. Every battlefield where orcs fight becomes a potential breeding ground for future wargs. Imperial forces that defeat an orc invasion often discover years later that the world is infested again, new orcs having grown from spores left behind during the previous conflict. This makes the greenskins nearly impossible to truly eradicate. You can kill every orc on a planet, and still have the planet become an orc world within a generation. Orc culture revolves entirely around the concept of the Waig, a term that defies simple translation, but encompasses warfare, migration, religious fervor, and psychic phenomenon all at once. When a particularly powerful warboss emerges, his reputation and psychic presence can attract orcs from across entire sectors of space. They converge on his position, drawn by an instinctive urge to join the growing horde. This gathering creates a feedback loop. More orcs mean more psychic energy, which attracts even more orcs, until the war reaches critical mass and explodes outward in a tide of violence that can consume entire star systems. The Imperium has faced wargs numbering in the billions, green tides so vast that they blot out the stars and reduce whole civilizations to smoking ruins. Within orc society, there exist distinct clans, each with their own cultural practices and preferences. The Goths are the most aggressive and traditional, favoring direct combat and disdaining anything that smacks of cowardice. The Evil Sons are obsessed with speed, painting everything red and racing into battle with reckless abandon. The Bad Moons are the wealthiest clan, their teeth growing faster than other orcs and providing them with more currency for purchasing the best weapons and equipment. The Death Skulls are the looters par excellence, believing that blue is a lucky color and that anything not nailed down is fair salvage. The Blood Axes are considered somewhat odd by other orcs because they have learned tactics from human opponents and are willing to use orc strategies like retreating when necessary. Each clan brings its own flavor to orc warfare, creating diversity within what might otherwise seem like a homogeneous horde. The greenskin economy is based on teeth, literally the teeth that orcs grow and shed throughout their lives. These serve as currency, with larger and more impressive teeth being worth more in trade. A wealthy orc might have gold teeth installed, both as a status symbol and as a form of portable wealth. The fact that teeth decay and lose value over time creates a natural inflation control in the orc economy, preventing hoarding and ensuring constant circulation of currency. Mech boys and other specialists trade their services for teeth, creating a functional market economy that operates according to principles no human economist would recognize, but that works perfectly well for orc purposes. Orc physiology is remarkable in its resilience and adaptability. They can survive wounds that would kill humans instantly. Their robust biology and latent regenerative abilities, keeping them fighting long after they should have fallen. An orc who loses an arm might simply have it sewn back on by a pain boy, or have it replaced with a mechanical prosthetic that is arguably more effective than the original limb. Their tolerance for pain is legendary. Orcs have been observed fighting enthusiastically while missing significant portions of their bodies, only stopping when critical damage finally forces them to acknowledge they are dead. This toughness, combined with their rapid growth and reproduction, makes them one of the most persistent threats in the galaxy. The orcs possess technology that by all rights should not function. Their weapons are crude assemblages of scrap metal, welded and bolted together with no regard for proper engineering principles. Their vehicles are ramshackle contraptions that violate basic laws of physics, and yet they work. This is because orc technology operates on a principle that human understanding struggles to grasp. It functions because the orcs believe it functions. The greenskins possess a latent collective psychic field, a gestalt consciousness that can make reality conform to their expectations. If enough orcs believe that a gun will fire, it will fire, even if its construction suggests it should explode in the user's hands. If they believe that painting a vehicle red makes it go faster, then painted red, it will indeed travel at higher speeds. This is not magic in any conventional sense, but rather a fundamental bending of physical laws through the sheer force of collective belief. Central to orc technology are the mech boys, specialists born with an innate understanding of machinery and engineering. Unlike human tech, priests who must spend decades learning their craft, mech boys emerge from the orc life cycle, already possessing knowledge encoded in their very genes. This genetic memory, inherited from the ancient brain boys who created the orc race millions of years ago, gives them an instinctive understanding of how machines work. They can look at a piece of alien technology and immediately grasp its function, even if they cannot articulate their understanding in words that other races would recognize. A mech boy does not study blueprints or perform calculations. He simply knows what needs to be done, and he sets about doing it with enthusiastic imprecision. The result is technology that appears chaotic and random, but is surprisingly effective within the context of orc warfare. Among the mech boys, the most talented and ambitious rise to become big mechs, individuals whose mechanical genius is matched only by their physical size and strength. These are the orcs who conceive and build the most impressive examples of greenskin engineering, the massive gargants that stride across battlefields like walking fortresses, the stompers that combine the firepower of entire tank companies in a single chassis, the elaborate force field generators that can stop everything from bullets to artillery shells. A big mech commands respect that rivals even that of warbosses, for without their skills, the orcs would be unable to maintain their war machines or create the weapons they crave. The relationship between mechs and the rest of orc society is symbiotic. The mechs need battles to test their creations and salvage new materials, while the warriors need the mechs to keep their equipment functioning and to provide ever more impressive weapons with which to fight. This brings us to the looters, the greenskin specialists in acquiring and repurposing enemy technology. Looters are opportunistic scavengers who roam battlefields in search of weapons, armor, and equipment that can be stripped from defeated enemies. They are thieves without shame, willing to steal from anyone, including their fellow orcs, if the opportunity presents itself. This behavior, which would be considered dishonorable in most societies, is accepted and even respected among the orcs, provided the theft is accomplished skillfully. A looter who can steal a weapon from under another orc's nose is demonstrating cunning and skill, traits that contribute to orc culture, even as they create constant friction within the warband. The looters bring their salvaged treasures to the mech boys, who then modify and enhance them to suit orc aesthetics and capabilities. An Imperial Guard lasgun might be rebuilt into a shoulder-mounted def gun. A Space Marine bolter could be incorporated into a larger weapon system. The possibilities are limited only by the mech's imagination and the availability of scrap metal, which in orc society is never in short supply. The orcs have a long history of looting enemy vehicles and repurposing them for their own use. Imperial Guard Lim Rust tanks are particularly popular targets, their robust construction and powerful weapons making them valuable additions to any orc warband. When the orcs capture such a vehicle, they immediately set about making it more orky, adding armor plates covered in spikes, mounting additional weapons in every available space, and of course painting it red to make it go faster. The fact that the orcs' ballistic skill is significantly worse than that of trained Imperial gunners matters little when you have enough faith in your weapon's ability to hit the target. The vehicle may be less accurate than it was in Imperial service, but it compensates through sheer volume of fire and the psychological impact of its intimidating appearance. These looted vehicles can be upgraded with various Orc enhancements, reinforced rams for smashing through enemy lines, grabbing claws for seizing other vehicles, wrecking balls for destroying fortifications, and mysterious big red buttons that provide temporary boosts to speed or firepower through mechanisms that no non-Orc could hope to understand. But vehicles are one thing. A dreadnought is something else entirely. When Orcs encounter these towering war machines on the battlefield, they recognize them as particularly impressive targets. The dreadnought's combination of heavy armor, devastating firepower, and relentless advance makes it a threat that commands respect even from the battle-hungry greenskins. To defeat a dreadnought is a significant achievement, worthy of boasting and increased status within the warband. To capture one relatively intact is a prize beyond measure, the kind of trophy that could elevate a big mech's reputation to legendary status. The question is, what would the Orcs actually do with such a prize? This is where our scenario truly begins to unfold, where the horror for the entombed Alpha Legionnaire transitions from abstract possibility to immediate reality. The first challenge facing the Orcs is recognition of what they have actually captured. To the greenskins, the dreadnought appears to be a heavily armored vehicle, or perhaps a type of robot, a walking weapons platform that has somehow been rendered inactive. The concept that there is a living being inside, a warrior entombed within the machine's core, would not immediately occur to them. Orcs understand machines and they understand living things, but the dreadnought represents a fusion of both that exists outside their normal categories of experience. However, mech boys are not complete fools. Despite their crude methods and enthusiastic approach to engineering, when they begin their examination of the captured dreadnought, they will quickly discover anomalies that distinguish it from a simple vehicle. The sarcophagus at the machine's heart, the life support systems, the neural interface connections, all these elements will eventually reveal that this is not just a machine, but a prison containing something alive. The reaction to this discovery would vary depending on which Orcs are involved in the examination. A particularly bloodthirsty warboss might view it as an opportunity to extract the occupant and engage in face-to-face combat, though the severely injured state of the dreadnought pilot would make this a disappointing affair. A more mechanically inclined big mech might see it as a fascinating puzzle, a challenge to understand how the machine and the organism work together. The presence of a living pilot adds complexity to the engineering problem, making it more interesting from the mech's perspective. But the most likely response, given Orc nature, would be immediate and practical. Can this thing be made to work for us? Can we loot it, modify it, and turn it into another weapon in our growing arsenal? This is where the true nightmare begins for the Alpha Legion warrior trapped inside. Imagine awakening from forced shutdown. Your systems slowly coming back online after what might have been hours or days of unconsciousness. The first sensations are always the same: the amniotic fluid that surrounds what remains of your body, the hum of life support systems, the data feeds from external sensors beginning to resolve into coherent information. But something is wrong. The familiar walls of your chapter's fortress, monastery are absent. The respectful voices of tech, Marines performing routine maintenance, are replaced by harsh, guttural sounds that your language centers struggle to pass. Your external visual sensors feed you images that your enhanced mind initially refuses to accept. You are surrounded by Orcs. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, their green skin and brutal features filling your entire field of view. Massive hands prod at your armor, crude tools scrape against ceramite, and somewhere in the background, you can hear the distinctive sound of mechboy laughter. The realization hits you like a physical blow, though you no longer have the ability to feel physical blows in any conventional sense. You have been captured. Your dreadnought, your prison, and your weapon, your last link to the warrior you once were, has fallen into the hands of the enemy. Not just any enemy, but Orcs, the most unpredictable and destructive force in the galaxy. For any dreadnought pilot, this would represent a catastrophic failure, a nightmare scenario that all the carefully maintained protocols and safeguards are meant to prevent. But for an Alpha Legionnaire, it carries additional layers of horror. What secrets do you carry in your long memory? What knowledge of your Legion's operations might be extracted from your data banks or from your own recollections? The Alpha Legion operates on the principle that information is power, and that controlling information is the key to controlling reality itself. But now you are in a position where you have lost all control over information, where your very existence has become a potential intelligence breach that could compromise operations spanning decades or centuries. Your training immediately kicks in, even in this impossible situation. You begin to assess options, calculate probabilities, look for any possible advantage that might be exploited. Your weapons systems are offline, either depleted during whatever battle led to your capture, or deliberately disabled by your captors. Your mobility is severely restricted, possibly by physical restraints or damage to your locomotion systems. Communication with your Legion is impossible, even if your Vox systems were functional, which they probably are not. There is no guarantee that anyone is listening, or that they would attempt a rescue operation. The Alpha Legion does not prioritize individual lives over mission objectives. And you were trained from your earliest days to accept that sometimes operatives must be sacrificed for the greater good. The question is whether your capture is part of some elaborate plan that you were not privy to, or whether it represents a genuine failure that your brothers will work to correct. As you try to make sense of your situation, the orcs begin their examination in earnest. Mech boys swarm over your chassis, their tools probing every joint and seam. They are looking for access points, ways to open your armor and see what lies beneath. The sensation is profoundly violating, even though you can no longer feel physical touch in the way you once did. The pressure sensors that provide your sensory feedback register each impact, each intrusion, translating them into data that your brain interprets as a kind of abstract sensation. It is like being touched by crude hands that care nothing for your dignity or your suffering, hands that view you as an object to be disassembled and understood. The mech boys are chattering among themselves in their guttural language, and while your enhanced linguistics capabilities allow you to understand some of their speech, the technical jargon they use is so laden with orcish idioms and concepts that much of it remains opaque. What you do understand is deeply disturbing. The mechs are discussing how to open your sarcophagus, debating whether to cut it open with power tools or try to find the proper access codes. Some argue for careful disassembly to preserve the machine's functionality, while others advocate for more direct approaches. The concept of your survival does not seem to factor into their considerations, except as a secondary concern, relevant only insofar as a living pilot might provide insights into how the machine operates. To them, you are a component of the dreadnought, perhaps a sophisticated organic computer that controls certain functions. Your personhood, your identity, your accumulated centuries of experience and memory, all of this is invisible to them or simply irrelevant. They care about what you can do, not who you are. Eventually, through methods that combine surprising mechanical insight with brute force, the mech boys manage to access some of your systems. Warning alerts cascade across your consciousness as unauthorized connections are made to your neural interfaces. It feels like invasive surgery performed without anesthesia, though the sensation is entirely mental rather than physical. Foreign code begins probing your systems, crude and aggressive in its approach, completely unlike the careful protocols that tech Marines would use. The orcs are trying to understand how you work, and they are not gentle about it. Data streams that should remain private and secure are being accessed and copied. Tactical information, combat records, communications logs, all of it flowing out to orc data, storage systems that cannot possibly understand the complexity of what they are recording. It is information warfare in reverse, with you as the victim rather than the aggressor. Some of the mechs display surprising cleverness in their examination of your systems. They quickly identify your weapons mountings and begin discussing how to replace your chapter, specific armaments with orc equivalents. Your assault cannon, they decide, could be swapped out for a bigger, louder version that fires more bullets with less accuracy but greater psychological impact. Your power fist might be replaced with a crude grabbing claw studded with additional weapons. Every modification they propose makes you more orky and less like the precision instrument of war you once were. The indignity is profound, and yet there is nothing you can do to resist. Your motor functions are locked out, your weapons disabled, your Vox systems jammed or destroyed. You are utterly helpless, forced to observe as these Xenos desecrate everything you have become. But then something unexpected happens. One of the big mechs, larger and more heavily augmented than his fellows, begins to understand the true nature of your existence. He peers at the readouts being generated by your life support systems, sees the biological signatures, and experiences what passes for a revelation in the orc mind. There is something alive in here, he announces to his fellows, something that makes the whole thing work. This is not just a machine but a living machine, a concept that the other orcs find both fascinating and hilarious. The idea that the weak, soft humies would put one of their warriors inside a metal box and make him fight that way strikes them as both clever and pathetic. Why not just grow bigger and stronger like proper orcs do? The big mech, however, sees opportunity where others see only curiosity. If the living part makes the machine work, then maybe they can make it work for them. What follows is a debate among the mechs that you can only partially follow, both because of language barriers and because some of their concepts simply do not translate into anything you recognize. They are discussing whether they can force you to pilot the dreadnought for them, turn you into an unwilling weapon in service to their warg. Some argue that it should be simple, just threaten you with destruction until you comply. Others point out that you might prefer death to serving the enemy, and that threats might not be effective against a space marine who has already accepted his mortality. A few suggest more elaborate schemes involving rewiring your neural connections or finding a way to override your conscious control. The technological sophistication required for such operations is almost certainly beyond them, but orcs have accomplished seemingly impossible feats through sheer belief and determination before. During this debate, you have time to consider your options, limited though they are. You could attempt to initiate a self-destruct sequence if such systems remain functional and accessible. Destroying yourself and your captors would at least prevent them from extracting any useful information or turning you against your former allies. But Alpha Legion doctrine suggests a different approach. In any scenario, no matter how dire, there may be opportunities to turn apparent defeat into eventual victory. Perhaps your capture could be used to gather intelligence on orc operations. Perhaps you could find a way to sabotage their efforts from within. Perhaps you could even manipulate them into actions that serve the Legion's greater purposes, whatever those purposes might be. The uncertainty is maddening, because you do not know whether your capture was planned or accidental, whether you are an expendable pawn or a key piece in some vast game. The mechs eventually reach a decision that is characteristically orc in its directness and complete lack of nuance. They will modify your dreadnought to make it more orky, and in the process, they will see if they can make you work for them. If you cooperate, you will be put to use. If you resist, they will either find ways to force compliance, or they will strip your dreadnought for parts and discard what remains. The choice, they inform you through crude Vox transmission, is yours. Fight for them and survive, refuse and die. It is the kind of simple ultimatum that orcs understand and respect. But you are not a simple creature, and your response will not be simple either. The modifications begin immediately, with multiple mech crews working on different aspects of your dreadnought simultaneously. They start by stripping away your chapter heraldry, the symbols and colors that identify you as Alpha Legion. Your carefully applied Hydra emblems are ground off. Your deep blue and green armor is painted over with garish orc colors, reds and yellows and checkered patterns that make you look like a carnival attraction rather than a war machine. Each scrape of their tools feels like a violation of your identity, a forced transformation from one thing into another. They weld crude armor plates onto your chassis, providing additional protection, but also adding weight that will slow your movements and strain your already damaged systems. These plates are covered in orc glyphs and symbols that proclaim you as the property of whichever warboss or big mech currently claims ownership. Your weapons are next to be replaced, and here the mechs show both ingenuity and complete disregard for anything resembling proper engineering protocols. Your assault cannon, a precision instrument capable of firing hundreds of shells with remarkable accuracy, is removed and replaced with a massive contraption that appears to be 3 heavy bolters welded together with additional barrels grafted on. This monstrosity, which the mechs proudly declare is proper killie, fires in wild bursts that spray ammunition in roughly the direction of the target with no regard for accuracy or ammunition conservation. Your power fist is replaced with a huge mechanical claw, studded with saw blades, and equipped with a flamer that ignites whenever the claw grabs something. The mechs test this combination on a nearby piece of scrap metal, and they howl with laughter as the metal is simultaneously crushed and burned. This, they agree, is how a proper weapon should work. Inside your sarcophagus, you monitor these modifications with growing horror and grudging professional interest. The Orc technology should not work, but you can observe through your sensor feeds that it does work, after a fashion. The new weapons are crude and wasteful, but they will kill enemies just as effectively as your previous armaments, possibly more so through sheer volume of fire. The additional armor will make you slower but more difficult to destroy. The garish paint scheme will make you more visible on the battlefield, eliminating any chance of employing the stealth and misdirection that were once your primary weapons. You are being transformed from a precision instrument into a blunt instrument, from a surgical strike weapon into a tool of pure destruction. The Alpha Legion way is to fight in the shadows, to manipulate and deceive. But the Orc way is to charge directly at the enemy and overwhelm them through shock and violence. Your new masters are remaking you in their image. But the most disturbing modifications are those that interface directly with your neural systems. The big mech who first understood your nature as a living being inside a machine takes personal charge of this aspect of the work. He is attempting to create a control system that will allow Orc mechs to override your conscious control if necessary, essentially turning you into a puppet that can be operated remotely. The technology required for such a system is extraordinarily sophisticated, far beyond what Orcs should be capable of creating. And yet, through a combination of scavenged Imperial technology, Orc innovation, and the psychic Gestalt field that makes impossible things possible, he is making progress. You can feel foreign connections being established in your neural network, backdoors being created in systems that were supposed to be secure and isolated. It is like having unwanted thoughts implanted in your mind, impulses that do not originate from your own consciousness, but from external sources. The Big Mech tests his control system by sending simple commands through the new neural pathways. Move your left arm, activate your optical sensors, run a diagnostic on your power systems. Each command feels like an intrusion, a violation of the most fundamental level. Your body, such as it is, no longer belongs entirely to you. The Orc can reach into your machine flesh and make it move according to his will. You resist, of course, drawing on decades of resistance training and mental discipline. A Space Marine's mind is hardened against psychic intrusion and mental domination, fortified by hypno, indoctrination, and sheer willpower. But this is not psychic intrusion in any conventional sense. The Orc is not attacking your mind directly, but rather hijacking the mechanical systems that translate your mental commands into physical action. Fighting it requires a different approach, one that you are still developing as the modifications continue. The process is not quick. Orcs may be enthusiastic about their work, but they are not efficient in the way Imperial tech priests would be. They take breaks to fight among themselves over proper techniques. They become distracted by other projects. They modify their modifications when new ideas occur to them. Days pass, possibly weeks. You lose track of time in the sensory, deprived environment of your sarcophagus. The only markers of time's passage are the incremental changes to your systems, the gradual accumulation of Orc modifications that transform you from Alpha Legion Dreadnought into something new and terrible. During the quiet periods, when the mechs have wandered off to attend to other matters, or to participate in whatever battles the warband is currently engaged in, you have time to think and plan. Your strategic training serves you even now. You begin to map the Orc warband's structure based on what you can observe through your limited senses. You identify the hierarchy of warboss, big mechs, and lesser Orcs. You note patterns in their behavior, weaknesses in their security, opportunities that might be exploited. Information is still your weapon. Even if you cannot yet act on that information, you also attempt to establish some measure of control over the modifications being made to you. When the mechs test your systems, you carefully calibrate your responses, creating the impression of compliance while actually maintaining as much independence as possible. You allow their control system to work when they test it under controlled conditions, but you search for ways to resist or override it when actual combat deployment occurs. It is a delicate game, one that requires precise judgment and flawless execution. And then comes the test. The warband is preparing for a raid on an Imperial world, and the warboss has decided that his new prize, his looted dreadnought, should participate in the attack. The mechs complete their final modifications and activate you fully for the first time since your capture. Your systems come online with a surge of power that feels overwhelming after the reduced state you have been kept in. Your new weapons are loaded with ammunition. Your enhanced armor plates are locked into place, and the Orc control systems are active and ready to override your commands if you show any sign of resistance. The Big Mech issues his orders through the neural interface he has created. You will fight alongside the Orcs in their attack, you will kill the enemies they designate, and you will prove your worth as a looted asset. If you perform well, you will be maintained and deployed in future battles. If you resist or fail, you will be scrapped and stripped for parts. The moment of truth has arrived. You are being deployed into combat, not as an Alpha Legion warrior fighting for the ideals you once believed in, but as a slave, soldier in an Orc Y, forced to wage war against the very Imperium you were created to protect. The psychological horror of this situation cannot be overstated. You are a Space Marine, a being whose entire existence is defined by loyalty to the Emperor and to your chapter. Everything you are, everything you have ever been, is predicated on this loyalty. To be forced to fight against the Imperium is a betrayal of the deepest kind, even if that betrayal is not voluntary. But you are also Alpha Legion, and the Alpha Legion understands that sometimes the greatest victories require sacrifices that others would find unacceptable. Perhaps this is one of those times. Perhaps your suffering serves some purpose known only to the highest levels of your Legion's command structure. As you are loaded onto an Orc transport vessel, surrounded by dozens of bellowing greenskins eager for battle, you make your decision. You will comply with the Orcs' commands, but only insofar as it serves your own purposes. You will fight in their battles, but you will look for opportunities to undermine them from within. You will gather intelligence on their operations, identify vulnerabilities, and wait for the moment when you can either escape or ensure that your captors pay a terrible price for what they have done to you. It is not the direct approach that most space chapters would favor, but it is very much the Alpha Legion way. In apparent defeat, you will plant the seeds of eventual victory. In seeming compliance, you will preserve your agency and your purpose. The raid begins with characteristic Orc enthusiasm. The transport crash lands on the Imperial world's surface, its crude landing system doing just enough to prevent total destruction. You are deployed alongside waves of Orc boys, their war cries filling the air as they charge toward the Imperial defenses. The defenders are Imperial Guard, brave men and women armed with lasguns and supported by a handful of tanks and artillery pieces. They are outmatched by the Orc horde, but they fight with the desperate courage of those who know they are defending their homes and families. Under normal circumstances, your presence on the battlefield would turn the tide in the Imperium's favor. A dreadnought supporting Imperial Guard infantry could devastate an Orc attack, break their momentum, and allow organized resistance to form. But these are not normal circumstances. You are fighting on the other side now, your weapons turned against those you were meant to protect. The Big Mech's commands come through your neural interface. Advance with the Orc line, engage enemy armor, suppress defensive positions. You can play, your massive footfalls shaking the ground as you move forward. Your new weapons open fire, the cobbled-together monstrosity of welded bolters spraying shells toward the Imperial positions. You can see the defenders' faces through your optical sensors, see the moment when they recognize what you are. See the confusion and horror as they realize a Space Marine dreadnought is fighting for the Orcs. Some of them hesitate, unable to process this impossible sight. Others redouble their fire, targeting you with every weapon they have. But your enhanced armor, both the original Ceramite and the crude Orc editions, turns aside their shots. You engage an Imperial Lemon Rust tank, your targeting systems easily identifying weak points in its armor. Under Orc control, you should be firing wildly, relying on volume of fire rather than precision. But you maintain enough control to deliberately miss critical shots, while still appearing to comply with your orders. Your shells impact around the tank, forcing it to maneuver, buying its crew precious seconds. The Orcs around you are too busy with their own combat to notice your subtle sabotage. They see you firing, see explosions near the enemy, and they assume you are contributing to the battle as ordered. It is a dangerous game, one that could be discovered at any moment. If the Big Mech realizes you are not fighting at full effectiveness, he could lock you down completely or worse. The battle rages for hours, and you are forced to participate in ways that sicken your warrior's soul. You cannot avoid all combat without revealing your resistance. Some Imperial Guardsmen die by your weapons, their bodies torn apart by shells that you fired under duress. Each death weighs on you. Even though you know they would want you to escape, if possible, rather than die in a hopeless gesture of defiance. The Alpha Legion teaches that pragmatism must sometimes override honor, that the greater victory justifies temporary compromise. But this compromise feels less like strategy and more like collaboration, and the distinction grows hazier with each passing moment. You are walking a razor's edge between useful deception and genuine betrayal. The orcs, for their part, are delighted with their new weapon. The big mech watches your performance through remote sensors, and he transmits satisfaction through the neural link. You are performing adequately, proving your value to the warband. This means you will be maintained and deployed in future battles, which is both good and bad. Good because it keeps you alive and provides more opportunities for eventual escape or sabotage. Bad because it means more battles like this one. More situations where you are forced to fight against the Imperium you were sworn to protect. The psychological strain is immense, even for a space marine whose mind has been conditioned to withstand almost any torment. You are trained to resist physical torture, psychic assault, even the temptations of chaos. But you were not trained for this specific nightmare, being made complicit in crimes against the Imperium while retaining full awareness of what you are doing. As the battle concludes with an Orc victory, and the Imperial defenders either dead or fleeing, you are recalled to the Orc base along with the rest of the warband. The mechs perform post-battle maintenance, checking your systems for damage and reloading your ammunition. They chatter among themselves about your performance, debating what additional modifications might make you even more effective in future engagements. One suggests adding more weapons, perhaps mounting rockets on your shoulders. Another proposes increasing your speed by installing a bigger engine, though where they would find such an engine, or how they would integrate it with your existing systems, is unclear. The big mech considers these suggestions while examining the data recorded during the battle. He knows you held back in some way, though he cannot quite identify how. His crude monitoring systems are not sophisticated enough to catch your subtle sabotage. This is your opportunity, if you can maintain this level of performance, appearing to comply while actually undermining Orc operations in ways too subtle to detect. You might survive long enough to either escape or send a signal to your legion. But the psychological cost is mounting. Each battle where you are forced to fight against the Imperium, each Imperial soldier who dies because you did not fight hard enough to stop the Orc advance, each compromise you make in service to short-term survival, all of it accumulates like poison in your mind. You are still an Alpha Legion warrior, still capable of the mental discipline that allows you to play long games and make hard choices. But you are also still human, in whatever limited sense that term applies to a space marine entombed in a dreadnought. And humans have breaking points, even when those humans are post-human warriors designed to endure the unendurable. The strategic implications of your situation extend far beyond your personal suffering. An Alpha Legion dreadnought in Orc hands represents a significant intelligence breach for your chapter. You carry in your memory banks decades or centuries of operational information, tactical data, communication protocols, and possibly knowledge of ongoing Alpha Legion schemes. The Orcs cannot access this information in any conventional sense. They lack the technical sophistication and the inclination to perform detailed intelligence analysis. But what if they trade you to someone who does have those capabilities? What if Chaos Forces offer technology or resources in exchange for access to you? What if human renegades or Dark Mechanicus adepts see value in extracting your secrets? The potential for compromise is enormous, and it grows with each day you remain in captivity. From the Alpha Legion's perspective, your capture creates a complex strategic problem. Do they attempt a rescue operation, risking valuable assets to recover one dreadnought who may already be compromised? Do they write you off as lost and take measures to invalidate any intelligence you might reveal? Do they attempt to manipulate the situation to their advantage, perhaps using your captivity as bait for a larger operation against the Orc warband? The Alpha Legion is famous for its capacity to turn apparent disasters into eventual victories, but even they have limits. The decision makers in your chapter, assuming they are even aware of your capture, must weigh multiple factors: your value as a source of experience and wisdom, the risk of information compromise, the resources required for rescue or neutralization, and the broader strategic picture that may include operations you know nothing about. But there is another possibility, one that aligns more closely with Alpha Legion doctrine. What if your capture was intentional? What if you were meant to fall into Orc hands as part of a larger scheme? The Alpha Legion is known for elaborate plans that span decades, for sacrificing individual pieces to achieve checkmate on a galactic scale. Perhaps you are carrying false information meant to be discovered by enemies who capture and interrogate you. Perhaps your presence in the Orc warband is meant to disrupt their operations in subtle ways, creating chaos that serves Legion purposes. Perhaps you are a time bomb, waiting for the right moment to detonate either literally or metaphorically. The uncertainty is maddening, because if this is all part of a plan, you were not informed. Which means either you are not trusted with the full picture, or you are considered expendable enough that informing you was not worth the risk of compromise. The Orcs continue to use you in their battles, and you continue to walk the razor's edge between compliance and resistance. You develop a routine that allows you to contribute just enough to satisfy the mechs, while sabotaging operations in ways too subtle to detect. During one battle, you deliberately target enemy ammunition dumps rather than personnel, creating spectacular explosions that the Orcs love, but that actually cause less damage to Imperial combat effectiveness than direct fire would. In another engagement, you use your book to create choke points that slow the Orc advance, giving defenders time to prepare better positions. These are small victories, barely noticeable in the grand scheme of warfare, but they help you maintain some sense of agency in an otherwise impossible situation. The transformation is not complete, however. The mechs continue to modify you, adding new systems and replacing old ones as they acquire better materials or get new ideas. Each modification changes you a little more, making you less like what you were and more like what they want you to be. Your once proud blue, green armor is now a patchwork of Orc colors and crude symbology. Your weapons are a hodgepodge of Imperial and Orc technology welded together with complete disregard for compatibility. Even your silhouette has changed. Additional armor plates and weapon mounts have altered your profile until you barely resemble a standard dreadnought pattern. If your chapter saw you now, they might not immediately recognize you as one of their own. This physical transformation mirrors the psychological transformation you are undergoing, the slow erosion of identity that occurs when you are forced to act against everything you believe in. During quiet moments between battles, when you are placed in a storage area along with other looted equipment, you have time to reflect on your situation and consider long-term options. Escape seems increasingly unlikely. You are too large to move stealthily, and your systems are too heavily modified to function independently of Orc maintenance. Even if you could break free from your physical constraints, where would you go? You do not know what world you are on, or where the nearest Imperial forces might be located. Communication with your Legion remains impossible, both because your Vox systems are damaged, and because you have no way to authenticate your identity, even if you could send a message. For all they know, you are either dead or so compromised that any transmission from you should be treated as enemy deception. This brings us to the question of what the eventual outcome might be for a captured Alpha Legion dreadnought. Several scenarios present themselves, each with different implications for you and for the broader conflict. In the first scenario, you are eventually destroyed in battle, either by Imperial forces who do not realize or do not care that a Space Marine is inside the Orc modified chassis, or by enemy action that finally overwhelms even your enhanced defenses. Death would be a release in this case, an end to the torment of forced service and compromised loyalty. Your gene seed, if it was not removed before your interment in the dreadnought, would be lost. Your accumulated knowledge and experience would die with you, but at least you would not continue to be used as a weapon against the Imperium. In a second scenario, you are recaptured by Imperial forces who recognize what you are and undertake to restore you. This would require extensive technical work to remove the Orc modifications and repair the damage done to your systems. It would also require careful psychological evaluation to determine whether your time in Orc captivity has compromised your loyalty or your mental stability. Space Marines who have been forced to fight against the Imperium, even under duress, are often viewed with suspicion. You might face interrogation by inquisitors, examination by tech priests, and possibly even a tribunal to determine whether you can be trusted to serve again. The process would be humiliating and painful, but it would at least offer the possibility of redemption and restoration to your proper role. A third scenario involves rescue by Alpha Legion forces, assuming they decide you are worth recovering. Such an operation would be conducted with characteristic secrecy and misdirection. You might not even realize you are being rescued until the moment it happens. Alpha Legion operatives could infiltrate the Orc warband, sabotage your control systems, and extract you during the confusion of a battle or raid. Or they might manipulate events so that the Orcs deliver you to a location where recovery is possible, using deception to make the Greenskins think they are accomplishing their own objectives when they are actually serving Alpha Legion purposes. Upon rescue, you would be debriefed and evaluated. Depending on what you know and what you might have revealed, you could be returned to service, assigned to a different role, or in the worst case, terminated if you are deemed too great a security risk. A fourth and darker scenario involves your continued service to the Orcs until you eventually become more machine than marine, your identity completely subsumed by the modifications forced upon you. In this outcome, the warrior you once were ceases to exist in any meaningful sense. What remains is a weapon, a tool, a thing that fights because that is what it was made to do. The Orcs would not care about this transformation. They would simply continue using you until you were no longer useful. This represents the ultimate horror for a space marine, the complete loss of self and purpose. It is a fate worse than death, and it is frighteningly possible given the cumulative effects of trauma, isolation, and forced collaboration with the enemy. Finally, there is the possibility that your situation becomes permanent in a different way. Perhaps the Orc warband you serve is destroyed by external forces, but you survive and are abandoned among the wreckage. Without proper maintenance, your systems would eventually fail, leaving you trapped in a non-functional body on some forgotten battlefield. You might remain conscious for years or decades, aware but unable to act, waiting for either final system failure or discovery by someone who could either end your suffering or continue it. This is the nightmare that all dreadnought pilots fear. Regardless of their chapter or allegiance, immortality without purpose, existence without agency, consciousness imprisoned in a metal tomb that has become a coffin. The psychological impact of your situation cannot be overstated. You are experiencing trauma on multiple levels simultaneously. There is the physical trauma of being wounded so severely that interment in a dreadnought was necessary. There is the psychological trauma of losing your original body and being forced to adapt to a machine existence. There is the strategic trauma of capture by an enemy who should not have been able to capture you. There is the moral trauma of being forced to fight against the Imperium you serve. And underlying all of this is the existential trauma of uncertainty about whether your suffering serves any purpose, or whether it is simply meaningless torment inflicted by an uncaring universe. For an Alpha Legion warrior, this uncertainty is particularly acute, because you cannot know whether your situation is part of a plan or a genuine catastrophe. The Legion teaches that everything is part of the plan, that apparent setbacks are actually steps toward eventual victory, that individual suffering is acceptable if it serves the collective mission. But how much suffering is acceptable? At what point does the cost become too high? These are questions that Alpha Legion doctrine does not adequately address. Perhaps because to address them would be to admit that there are limits to what can be justified in pursuit of victory. As you continue your existence in Orc captivity, forced to participate in battles you oppose, you grapple with these questions without any clear answers. The Orcs, meanwhile, remain blissfully unaware of the complex moral and strategic dimensions of your situation. To them, you are simply another piece of looted equipment. More valuable than a looted tank because you can think and adapt, but still fundamentally a tool to be used. They do not understand the concept of a warrior's honor or the bonds of loyalty that define space marine existence. They fight because fighting is fun, and they assume everyone else fights for the same reason. The idea that you might be suffering psychologically, that forcing you to fight against your own side might be causing you distress, simply does not occur to them. And if it did occur to them, they would find it hilarious rather than troubling. Orcs appreciate a good fight, but they have no capacity for empathy, especially not for enemies they have captured and modified to serve their purposes. The big mech who created your control system occasionally checks in on your performance, reviewing battle data and adjusting parameters to improve your effectiveness. From his perspective, you are his greatest achievement, proof of his superior mechanical understanding. He has taken an enemy war machine and made it serve his warboss, creating a weapon that other mechs envy and seek to replicate. The fact that his achievement involves the torture and enslavement of a sentient being is irrelevant to him. All that matters is that his creation works and brings glory to his name. In his crude way, he is even proud of you, the way a craftsman might be proud of a well-made tool. This pride is perhaps the most insulting aspect of your captivity, to be treated as an object of craftsmanship rather than as a warrior deserving of respect. As time passes, you notice changes in your own psychology that alarm you. You are beginning to adapt to your situation in ways that suggest a deeper level of compromise than you are comfortable acknowledging. You find yourself anticipating the mech's needs during maintenance sessions, automatically adjusting your posture to make their work easier. You begin to recognize individual orcs by their vocal patterns and behavioral tics, something you would never have bothered with if you still saw them purely as enemies. Most disturbing of all, there are moments during battle when you forget that you are supposed to be sabotaging the orc efforts, moments when you simply fight as effectively as you can because that is what a warrior does. These moments pass quickly, and you reassert your resistance, but their very existence suggests that prolonged captivity is eroding your psychological defenses in subtle ways. This is Stockholm Syndrome at its most insidious, the gradual development of positive feelings toward captors simply because they have power over your survival and well-being. You are not so far gone as to feel actual loyalty to the orcs, but you are developing a kind of accommodation, a psychological strategy for coping with an unbearable situation. You tell yourself that this is just another form of the deception and misdirection that Alpha Legion warriors are trained to employ. By making yourself useful to the orcs, by becoming a valued asset rather than a liability, you increase your chances of long-term survival and eventual escape. But there is a fine line between useful deception and genuine collaboration, and you are not entirely certain which side of that line you are currently on. Your situation raises broader questions about the nature of loyalty, identity, and free will in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. What does it mean to be loyal when loyalty is enforced through mind control and neural override systems? Can actions taken under duress be considered betrayal, or are they simply the inevitable result of overwhelming force applied to a finite resistance? If your identity as an Alpha Legion warrior is defined by your actions, and your actions are no longer fully under your control, then who are you really? These are philosophical questions that few in the Imperium have time to contemplate. But for you, trapped in your metal prison with nothing but time between battles, they are inescapable. The Imperium's perspective on your situation would likely be uncompromising. To the Inquisition, any Space Marine who has fought against the Emperor's forces, regardless of circumstances, is suspect and potentially corrupted. The fact that you were forced to do so under Orc control would be considered an explanation, but not an excuse. You would be interrogated, examined for signs of taint or compromise, and quite possibly executed if any doubt remained about your loyalty. The Imperium does not have the luxury of nuanced judgment, it operates on absolutes, and anything that falls into grey areas is generally eliminated to be safe. Your long service to the Alpha Legion, your centuries of loyal combat, all of that would count for little if you were perceived as a potential threat to Imperial security. Your own chapter's response would depend on factors you cannot know from your current position. The Alpha Legion operates with multiple layers of secrecy and misdirection, compartmentalizing information so that capture of any individual operative cannot compromise the broader organization. This means that even if you were rescued and debriefed, there is no guarantee you would be told the truth about whether your capture was planned or accidental. The Legion might welcome you back as a valuable recovered asset, or they might view you as contaminated by your time in Orc hands and assign you to expendable missions until you prove your loyalty or die trying. The uncertainty is both frustrating and very much in keeping with Alpha Legion culture, where uncertainty is a tactical tool and absolute truth is always provisional. As your captivity extends into months and possibly years, you begin to understand that rescue may never come, that you may spend the rest of your existence as an Orc war machine. This realization brings a kind of terrible clarity. If you cannot escape and cannot die, then you must find a way to make your situation serve some purpose, however small. You intensify your subtle sabotage efforts, becoming more sophisticated in your methods. You begin to influence Orc battle tactics through your actions, steering them toward objectives that minimize Imperial casualties even while achieving Orc goals. You gather intelligence on Orc operations and commit it to memory in the hope that you might someday be able to transmit it to someone who can use it. You look for opportunities to cause internal conflict within the warband, exploiting Orc psychology to create disputes and challenges that weaken their cohesion. These efforts give you purpose, help you maintain your identity as an Alpha Legion operative, even in circumstances that seem designed to destroy that identity. You are still fighting for the Imperium, you tell yourself, just in ways that no one except you can see or appreciate. It is cold comfort, but it is better than surrendering to despair. And if you are being honest with yourself, there is a part of you that finds a grim satisfaction in the challenge. Operating under such extreme constraints, maintaining your resistance in ways so subtle that even advanced monitoring cannot detect them, this is intelligence work at its most refined. If you survive this ordeal and are eventually debriefed, your experiences will provide valuable insights into Orc psychology, technology, and operational methods. That knowledge could save lives in future conflicts, could give Imperial forces advantages they would not otherwise possess. But there is also the possibility that you are simply rationalizing, that you are constructing elaborate justifications for collaboration because the alternative, acknowledging that you have been broken and turned into a weapon against your own side, is too psychologically devastating to accept. The human mind, even a Space Marine mind, is capable of remarkable self-deception when faced with unbearable truths. You could be engaging in the very mental contortions that you once trained to identify and exploit in enemy personnel. The fact that you cannot be certain whether your resistance is real or imagined, whether your sabotage is effective or merely theater you are performing for your own psychological comfort, adds another layer of horror to your situation. Eventually, one way or another, your story will end. Either you will be destroyed in battle, your sarcophagus finally breached by enemy fire, and your long service concluded, or you will be recaptured by Imperial forces and face judgment for your time in Orc hands. Or you will be rescued by the Alpha Legion and debriefed, your fate determined by factors far beyond your control. Or you will continue to serve the Orcs until your systems fail and consciousness finally fades. Each of these outcomes represents a different kind of ending, some more favorable than others, but all of them final in their own way. The uncertainty about which ending awaits you is perhaps the cruelest aspect of your situation, because it prevents you from making peace with your fate. The story of an Alpha Legion dreadnought captured by Orcs is ultimately a story about identity, agency, and the limits of human endurance. It asks what it means to be a warrior when you cannot choose your battles, what it means to be loyal when loyalty is enforced through mechanical override, what it means to be yourself when every aspect of your existence has been forcibly altered. These are questions without easy answers, and the Warhammer 40,000 universe is not known for providing comfort or resolution to those who suffer. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And sometimes that war is waged within a single consciousness, trapped in a metal prison, and forced to fight against everything it once believed in. For those who encounter this strange amalgamation of Space Marine technology and Orc engineering on the battlefield, it is a confusing and disturbing sight. Imperial forces might hesitate, uncertain whether to shoot at what appears to be a friendly dreadnought despite its Orc modifications. That hesitation could prove fatal, as you are forced to engage them under Orc control. Other Space Marines might recognize what has happened and respond with fury, viewing you as a desecration that must be destroyed to preserve the honor of the Astartes. The Orcs themselves view you with a mixture of pride and pragmatism, pleased to have such an effective weapon, but always ready to scrap you for parts if you become more trouble than you are worth. In every case, you are seen as a thing rather than a person, an object to be used or destroyed depending on circumstances. The broader implications of your situation extend beyond the immediate tactical concerns. If the Orcs can successfully modify and deploy a captured dreadnought, what else might they be capable of? Are there other captured dreadnoughts serving in Orc warbands across the galaxy? Have the Orcs developed techniques for reverse engineering Space Marine technology that could lead to more sophisticated threats? These questions would concern the Adeptus Mechanicus and the various chapters that deploy dreadnoughts. New protocols might be developed to prevent future captures, perhaps including more robust self-destruct mechanisms or remote kill switches that can be activated if a dreadnought is compromised. Your suffering, then, might at least serve the purpose of identifying a vulnerability that can be addressed to protect future generations of warriors. But such cold strategic calculus provides little comfort when you are the one enduring the nightmare. You did not volunteer to be an object lesson in security vulnerabilities. You did not choose to become a cautionary tale about the dangers of orc ingenuity. You were a warrior who served with honor for decades or centuries, and you deserve better than to end your days as a slave, weapon in an orc warband. Yet the universe does not care about what you deserve, and the Imperium's harsh logic suggests that your personal suffering is acceptable if it serves the greater good. This is the fundamental cruelty of existence in the 41st millennium. Individual lives matter only insofar as they contribute to humanity's survival, and sometimes contribution requires sacrifice that no one should have to make. As we conclude this examination of what happens when orcs capture an Alpha Legion dreadnought, we are left with a scenario that embodies the darkest aspects of the Warhammer 40,000 setting. It combines physical horror with psychological torment, strategic complexity with moral ambiguity, and the brutal practicality of orc engineering with the sophisticated deviousness of Alpha Legion doctrine. The captured dreadnought becomes a symbol of how even the mightiest warriors can be reduced to tools in the hands of those who possess the will and means to break them. It reminds us that in the grim darkness of the far future, there truly are fates worse than death, and that honor and loyalty can become chains that bind us to suffering when the universe refuses to play by the rules we have internalized. The Alpha Legion warrior in this scenario faces challenges that test the very limits of what a space marine can endure. He must maintain his identity and purpose in circumstances designed to destroy both. He must find ways to resist when resistance seems impossible, and comply when compliance is the only way to survive. He must grapple with questions about loyalty, agency, and identity that have no clear answers. And through it all, he must accept that he may never know whether his suffering serves any purpose beyond the immediate satisfaction of his orc captors. This is the ultimate test of faith, not faith in the Emperor or in the Imperium, but faith that existence itself has meaning even when that meaning is hidden or absent. For those of us who study the lore of Warhammer 40,000, scenarios like this remind us why the setting has such enduring appeal. It does not flinch from depicting genuine horror, not the juvenile horror of monsters and gore, but the sophisticated horror of moral complexity and existential dread. It asks difficult questions about what it means to be human, what price we are willing to pay for security and order, and how we maintain our identities when the universe seems determined to strip them away. The captured Alpha Legion dreadnought is not just a cool concept for a battle scenario. It is a meditation on suffering agency and the limits of endurance in a universe that offers no guarantees and accepts no excuses. If you found this deep dive into one of the darker corners of Warhammer 40,000 lore illuminating, please consider subscribing to the channel. We explore these kinds of scenarios regularly, examining the implications and possibilities that emerge when we take the established lore seriously and follow it to its logical conclusions. Hit that like button if you enjoyed this particular journey into the nightmare of orc captivity and Alpha Legion secrecy, and leave a comment telling us what other scenarios you would like us to explore in future episodes. The grim darkness of the far future contains multitudes of stories, and we are here to tell them, one terrifying tale at a time. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are tombs that walk. Ancient warriors encased in adamantium and ceramite, preserved beyond death itself, waiting in darkness for the call to battle once more. These are the dreadnoughts of the Adeptus Astartes, and some have slumbered for millennia, their dreams filled with battles fought when the Imperium was young and their primarchs still walked among men. But what happens when the greenskin tide finds one of these sleeping giants? When orcs, those brutal, cunning, and utterly destructive Xenos, stumble upon a dreadnought that has been lost to time, buried beneath centuries of rubble, and forgotten by the very chapter that once revered it. The answer is a story of violence, dark comedy, and the terrible awakening of a warrior who has outlived everything he once knew. This is not a tale of glory. This is a story of what happens when the past refuses to stay buried, and when the galaxy's most enthusiastic looters find a prize beyond their wildest imaginings. 5,000 years is a long time, even for a space marine entombed in a walking sarcophagus. Wars have been fought and forgotten. Empires have risen and fallen. The very stars have shifted in their courses. And through it all, one warrior has slept in darkness, waiting for a call to arms that never came. Until now. Until the orcs arrived. The setting for our tale could be any one of 1,000 forgotten battlefields scattered across the Imperium. Let us imagine a world that was once called Talassar Prime, a hive world that fell to Xenos invasion during the Age of Apostasy, reclaimed at great cost during the Wars of Vindication, only to be abandoned when the forge complexes that had sustained it failed. The planet became a graveyard, its vast cities crumbling into dust, its billions of dead lying where they fell. Among the ruins, entombed deep within what was once the fortress monastery of the Celestial Lions chapter, lay a dreadnought. Not just any dreadnought, but a venerable, contemptor-pattern war machine, a relic of the Great Crusade itself. Inside this ancient shell rests Brother Captain Ethan, who last saw battle when the Emperor still walked among his people. Ethan remembers the Great Crusade. He remembers fighting alongside warriors whose names have become legend. He remembers when the galaxy seemed full of hope and possibility, before the heresy tore everything apart. 5,000 years ago, during the siege of Talassar Prime against a chaos incursion, his dreadnought's stasis systems activated automatically when catastrophic damage left him unable to continue fighting. The retreat order never reached him. The Tech Marines, who might have recovered him, died in the final evacuation. The chapter, devastated by losses, eventually withdrew from the sector entirely, and Ethan slept on, alone in the darkness, dreaming of battles that had become ancient history. The nature of the dreadnought. To understand what the orcs are about to encounter, we must first understand what a dreadnought truly is. These are not mere machines. They are not simple weapons of war, though they function as such on the battlefield. A dreadnought is a tomb, a prison, and a terrible form of salvation, all wrapped into one towering construct of blessed metal and humming machinery. When a space marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that even their enhanced physiology cannot save them, when their body is broken beyond all hope of recovery, the chapter faces a choice. They can grant their brother the mercy of a quick death, preserving his gene seed for the next generation. Or, if the warrior is deemed worthy enough, if his experience and tactical knowledge are considered too valuable to lose, they can offer him a different path. They can seal what remains of his shattered body within the armored sarcophagus of a dreadnought, preserving his consciousness and giving him the ability to fight on for centuries, even millennia, beyond his natural lifespan. The process is horrifying in its clinical precision. What little remains of the Space Marine's body is carefully extracted from his ruined power armor. Often, this consists of little more than a torso, some vital organs, and crucially, the brain. The body is suspended in amniotic fluids within an armored coffin, connected to life support systems that will keep the organic components alive indefinitely. Then comes the neural interface, the mind impulse unit, that links the warrior's consciousness directly to the dreadnought's machine systems. This is not like piloting a vehicle. This is a complete sensory replacement. The dreadnought's optical sensors become the warrior's eyes, seeing the world through targeting matrices and thermal imaging systems. Acoustic sensors replace ears, translating sound into data streams. The massive limbs of the dreadnought, mounting weapons that could level buildings, become the warrior's arms. Every movement, every action, is filtered through layers of mechanical interface until the line between man and machine blurs into something neither fully human nor completely mechanical. A standard Castroferrum pattern. Dreadnought stands roughly 12 to 15 feet tall, a towering construct of ceramite armor plates and adamantium skeletal structure. It moves with surprising agility for something so massive, powered by plasma reactors that provide nearly limitless energy. One arm typically mounts a close combat weapon, a massive power fist capable of crushing enemy vehicles, or a chain fist that can tear through the thickest armor. The other arm carries heavy ranged weaponry, assault cannons that spit out hundreds of mass-reactive shells per minute, multi-melters that can reduce ceramite to slag, or twin-linked lascannons that punch through armor with beams of superheated light. But the Contemptor pattern is something else entirely. These are relics from the Great Crusade, designed when the Imperium still possessed technology that has since been lost to the ravages of time and the degradation of knowledge. A Contemptor stands taller and moves with even greater fluidity than its more common successor. Its systems are more advanced, incorporating atomantic shielding that can deflect energy weapons and even minor psychic attacks. The internal architecture is more sophisticated, providing better integration between the organic pilot and mechanical systems. When the Emperor still walked among humanity, when the Mechanicum still remembered how to truly innovate rather than simply maintain, they created these masterworks. The weapons a Contemptor can mount are equally impressive. Kerry's pattern assault cannons that are more powerful than anything available in the current age. Plasma blasters of compact design that would make a Techmarine weep with envy. Graviton weapons whose principles are only partially understood by modern Imperial scientists. These are weapons from an age when humanity thought itself destined to conquer the galaxy, and they built their war machines accordingly. But perhaps the most important aspect of a dreadnought is not its weapons or its armor, but the consciousness trapped within. These are Space Marines who have served for so long that their memories stretch back to eras that have become legend. A venerable dreadnought might remember battles from the founding of their chapter. An ancient like Bjorn the Fell-Handed of the Space Wolves has fought beside Primarchs and spoken with the Emperor himself. These warriors are living history, repositories of tactical knowledge and strategic wisdom accumulated over centuries or even millennia of warfare. This is what makes their existence so tragic, because the human mind, even one enhanced by the gene seed of the Emperor's sons, was not meant to endure for such spans of time. The neural stress of maintaining constant interface with the dreadnought's systems is immense. It causes dyschronometria, a distortion of time perception where minutes might feel like hours or decades might pass like moments. Confusion becomes commonplace. Memories blur and fade. Some ancient dreadnoughts can no longer remember their own names, knowing themselves only by the titles their chapters have given them. This is why, when not actively deployed for battle, dreadnoughts are kept in stasis. Deep within every chapter's fortress monastery lie sacred halls where these ancient warriors sleep away the centuries, their consciousness suspended in a dreamless void. They are awakened only when the chapter faces its direst threats, or when the wisdom of the ancients is needed to guide strategy. Each awakening takes a toll. Each period of consciousness erodes a little more of what made them human. But they endure because duty demands it, because the Imperium requires their service, because to be a Space Marine is to know no fear, accept no defeat, and serve until the very end. Brother Captain Ethan knows all of this. Or rather, he knew it 5,000 years ago when they sealed him in his Contemptor. How much he remembers now, after so long in the dark, after so many years without waking, is another question entirely. The stasis field that preserved him should have prevented any degradation of his consciousness. Should have. But 5 millennia is a very long time for systems designed during the Great Crusade to function without maintenance. And the galaxy is not kind to those who sleep unguarded. The long sleep and the weight of ages. 5,000 years. The number alone is difficult to comprehend. It is a span of time that dwarfs entire civilizations. 5,000 years ago in our own history, humanity was just beginning to develop writing, to build the first true cities, to discover the fundamental technologies that would eventually lead to agriculture and organized society. In the grim darkness of the far future, 5,000 years is equally transformative, though in different ways. When Ethon first entered stasis, the Imperium was still recovering from the age of apostasy. Goj Vandira's reign of madness had only recently ended, broken by the courage of Alicia Dominica and her sisters. The imperial cult was consolidating its power, transforming from one interpretation of the Emperor's divinity into the monolithic state religion it would become. Entire Space Marine chapters were being founded to rebuild the Adeptus Astartes after the losses suffered during the civil war that had consumed the Imperium's soul. That was the galaxy Ethon knew. A wounded Imperium, certainly, but one that still possessed knowledge and resources that would seem miraculous to the current age. The Mechanicus still maintained forge worlds that could produce Contemptor-pattern dreadnoughts, still remembered at least some of the principles behind atomantic shielding and graviton manipulation. The Imperium's maps of the galaxy were more complete, its reach more extensive. There was a sense, however fragile, that humanity might yet reclaim its lost glory. Now, 5,000 years later, the galaxy is a vastly different place. The Imperium has endured, but endurance is not the same as thriving. Countless worlds have been lost to Xenos invasion, chaos corruption, or simple administrative oversight. The maps that guided fleet movements in Ethon's time are now riddled with errors and omissions, regions of space labeled as safe passage that have long since become death zones. Entire segmentums have been isolated by warp storms that rage for centuries. The technology that seemed commonplace when Ethon fell has become the stuff of myth and legend. The Contemptor pattern itself is a perfect example. In the current age of the Imperium, these dreadnoughts are treasured relics, each one irreplaceable. The knowledge to construct new Contemptors has been lost, surviving only in fragments of data that tech marines guard jealously. When a Contemptor falls in battle, entire companies will fight to recover its shell, because they know that once destroyed, it can never be replaced. The fact that Aethon's Contemptor still functions at all after 5,000 years of neglect is a testament to the quality of engineering that went into its construction. But what has this long sleep done to the warrior within? Dreadnoughts are meant to be awakened regularly, to maintain the connection between consciousness and machine, to prevent the drift that occurs when a mind exists in isolation for too long. The recommended interval is no more than a century between awakenings. Ethon has slept for 50 times that long. His mind, preserved in amber like some ancient insect, has known only darkness and silence, and the ghost-thin dreams that sometimes penetrate stasis fields. What does someone dream about for 5,000 years? What thoughts circle through a consciousness that exists in suspended animation, aware on some level, but unable to act, unable to wake, unable to even mark the passage of time? The human mind is not designed for such isolation. Even a space marine, gene-forged for resilience, modified to endure conditions that would break a normal human, has limits. And Ethon has been pushed far beyond those limits. There is also the question of physical degradation. The amniotic fluids that preserve his organic remains should be regularly filtered and renewed. The neural interface connections should be checked and maintained. The life support systems that keep his brain oxygenated and his remaining organs functional should be serviced according to strict schedules laid down by the Mechanicus. None of this has happened. For 50 centuries, Ethon has existed in a closed system, sustained only by the robust engineering of a lost age, and perhaps the mercy of the machine, God itself. Yet he endures. The monitoring systems that still function within his sarcophagus show life signs, faint but steady. The reactor that powers his dreadnought continues its slow fusion reaction, producing energy that cycles through ancient capacitors and feeds into systems that have not moved in millennia. The weapons that arm his chassis remain charged and ready, their machine spirits patient and faithful. Somewhere deep in the ruins of what was once the Celestial Lion's Fortress Monastery, in a vault that has become buried under rubble and time, this ancient warrior waits. The fortress monastery itself has not fared well. The upper levels collapsed during the final assault that drove the Chaos forces from Talassar Prime. Orbital bombardment, necessary to cleanse areas of demonic corruption, brought down entire spires. The evacuation was rushed, desperate, conducted while enemy forces still held parts of the complex. In the confusion, in the desperate fight for survival, the deeper vaults were forgotten. Records were lost. The tech marines who knew the full layout of the fortress died in the fighting. And when the Celestial Lions withdrew to rebuild, they left behind more than just a facility. They left behind one of their own. The planet itself became a dead world, its atmosphere poisoned by the weapons used to cleanse it, its cities empty shells, populated only by the ghosts of billions. For millennia, it remained untouched, a monument to a battle so desperate that even the victors chose to forget it existed. The warp routes that once connected Thalasar Prime to the wider Imperium shifted, making the journey there difficult and unrewarding. Pirates occasionally used the ruins as a temporary base, but never stayed long. The world had an aura of death about it that even the most hardened criminals found unsettling. But the galaxy is a vast place, and nothing remains hidden forever. Orc spores, those remarkable reproductive mechanisms that ensure the greenskin menace spreads wherever orcs fight and die, can survive in almost any environment. They drift through space on solar winds. They hide in the hulls of spacecraft. They lay dormant in the soil for decades before germinating. And several centuries ago, during a brief orc incursion into the system that was quickly repelled, enough spores fell on Thalasar Prime to begin the cycle anew. Slowly, patiently, the orcoid ecosystem established itself. Squids appeared first, feeding on fungus that grew in the ruins. Then snotlings, tending their fungus farms in the darkness. Gretchen followed, building crude settlements and fighting amongst themselves. And finally, the orcs themselves began to emerge, small at first, but growing larger with each generation as they fought and established dominance hierarchies. After a few centuries, Thalasar Prime had a thriving orc population, unnoticed by the Imperium, growing in numbers and sophistication. They called themselves the Rusty Cog Tribe, taking their name from an ancient piece of machinery they'd found and erected as a tribal totem. They were primarily a Blood Axes clan, unusually cunning for orcs, with a tendency toward looting and scavenging rather than pure frontal assault. This made them perfect candidates for exploring the vast ruins that covered their world, delving into collapsed structures in search of technology they could strip and repurpose. And one day, following a tunnel that descended deeper than any had gone before, a mob of orc looters found something that would change everything. A vault, still sealed, its blast doors intact despite the millennia. And behind those doors, a prize that would drive the entire tribe into a frenzy of excitement and greed. They had found a space marine dreadnought. Understanding the greenskin mind. To understand what happens next, we must understand the orcs themselves. They are not simply brutal and stupid, though they certainly embrace both brutality and a certain cheerful disregard for complex planning. Orcs are one of the most successful species in the galaxy, precisely because they are far more sophisticated than they appear. They are living weapons, designed by the ancient Old Ones during the War in Heaven to fight against the Necrons and other horrors of that long-ago conflict. And like all good weapons, they are designed to be self-sustaining, adaptable, and extremely difficult to eliminate. The orcoid species exists in a symbiotic relationship with fungal organisms at the cellular level. An orc is simultaneously animal and fungus, flesh and spore. This gives them remarkable resilience. They can survive injuries that would kill almost any other species. They regenerate damage at astonishing rates. And perhaps most importantly, they reproduce through spore release. Every orc constantly sheds spores throughout its life, and when an orc dies, it releases millions more. These spores can survive almost anything, from hard vacuum to extreme heat, waiting patiently for conditions favorable to germination. This means that wherever orcs fight, more orcs will follow. You cannot simply kill all the orcs on a planet and declare it cleansed. The spores remain, working their way through soil and water, eventually producing new squigs, new Gretchen, new orcs. The only way to truly eliminate an orc infestation is total planetary sterilization through exterminatus, burning everything down to the bedrock. Anything less, and they will return. But physical resilience is only part of what makes orcs so dangerous. They also possess a form of collective psychic power that manifests as the WAG. This gestalt field is generated by all orcs, growing stronger as more greenskins gather together. It serves multiple functions. First, it allows orcs to instinctively recognize which among them is bigger and therefore in charge. Orc society is based entirely on might makes right, and the WAG field provides an unconscious method of establishing and maintaining hierarchy. Second, and more remarkably, the WAG appears to have reality-bending properties. Orcs believe that red things go faster, and so, when enough orcs believe this together, their vehicles painted red actually do move faster than identical vehicles in other colors. They believe that if you put enough dakka on something, it will shoot good, and so their ramshackle weapons that should barely function manage to fire reliably. They believe that the biggest orc is the best fighter, and so their war bosses genuinely do become nearly unstoppable in combat. This is not simply superstition. Imperial tech priests have documented cases of orc weapons that refuse to function when wielded by non-orcs, despite being mechanically sound. They have observed orc vehicles that should not be able to move under the laws of physics managing to operate anyway. The prevailing theory is that the WAG field provides a sort of quantum probability manipulation, making unlikely things become likely when enough orcs believe they should. It is unconscious, instinctive, and absolutely fundamental to orc technology and society. This brings us to the odd boys, orcs who are born with specialized genetic knowledge hardwired into their brains. Mech boys are born knowing how to build and maintain orc technology. They do not learn these skills through study or practice. The knowledge simply exists within them, an inheritance from the old ones, who designed their species millions of years ago. A mech boy looks at a pile of scrap and instinctively knows what can be built from it, how pieces should fit together, what will work and what will not. Similarly, pain boys are born with understanding of orc anatomy and medicine. They know how to graft cybernetic enhancements, how to stitch wounded boys back together, how to create the combat drugs that orcs dose themselves with before battle. Weird boys are psychic sponges, absorbing and channeling the WAG energy that surrounds them. When enough orcs gather and their psychic field intensifies, weird boys can unleash devastating psychic attacks, calling down the foot of Gork or Mork to crush enemies, or opening portals to teleport orc mobs across the battlefield. But for our purposes, the most important odd boys are the mech boys. These are the orcs who will examine the dreadnought and determine what should be done with it. And their approach to technology is fundamentally different from that of any other species in the galaxy. Orcs do not research. They do not experiment in any systematic way. They do not carefully document their findings or build upon the knowledge of previous generations. Instead, they loot, they scavenge. They take what others have built and bash it into a form that pleases them, welding spiky bits onto smooth surfaces, painting everything in garish colors, and adding more guns because you can never have enough dakka. The fact that this produces functional technology is partly due to their innate odd boy knowledge, and partly due to the WAG field making up for the gaps in their engineering. Orc looting culture is all-consuming. Nothing is sacred. Nothing is off-limits. They will loot enemy weapons and armor. They will loot vehicles, from simple trucks to imperial super-heavy tanks. They will loot buildings, food, fuel, ammunition, even other orcs' possessions if they think they can get away with it. The Death Skulls clan has elevated looting to a cultural identity, believing that everything blue is lucky, and that the more they loot, the luckier they become. Their warriors go into battle painted blue, carrying looted weapons, riding in looted vehicles, convinced that their thieving ways are blessed by Gork and Mork themselves. When orcs find something particularly impressive, something that speaks to their love of violence and destruction, they become almost obsessive about claiming it. A Space Marine dreadnought would qualify as perhaps the ultimate loot. It is huge, bristling with weapons, made of the finest armor in the Imperium, and carries the reputation of being nearly impossible to kill. For an orc, especially a mech boy, finding a dreadnought would be like a human child finding a room full of toys. The Pyeonsong, possibilities for looting, modification, and general mayhem would seem endless. But there is another aspect to orc psychology that matters here. Orcs genuinely do not understand fear the way other species do. They comprehend danger in an abstract sense. They know that some things are more likely to kill them than others, but they do not experience the existential dread that grips other species when facing overwhelming odds. Instead, they feel excitement. The bigger the threat, the better the fight, and the more glorious the potential victory. This is why orcs will charge headlong into situations that any rational being would flee from. It is not bravery, precisely, because bravery implies overcoming fear. Orcs simply do not have that fear to overcome. They see a battle, any battle, as an opportunity for fun. They see danger as challenge to be met with enthusiasm. And they see death, when it comes, as just one of those things that happens sometimes. Other orcs will loot their body and carry on. So when the looters of the Rusty Cog tribe breach the vault and find Ethan's dreadnought standing silent in the darkness, they do not feel afraid. They do not recognize the ancient warrior for what he is, a vengeful angel of death waiting to be awakened. They see only the most magnificent piece of loot they have ever encountered, and they want it. The culture of looting and the mech boy's art. The orcs of the Rusty Cog tribe are experienced looters. They have been scavenging the ruins of Talasar Prime for generations, pulling ancient technology from collapsed buildings, stripping components from long-dead vehicles, hoarding anything that looks even remotely useful. Their settlement, built in what was once a manufactorum complex, is a ramshackle mess of looted structures held together with rusty bolts and welded plates. Gretchen slaves scurry through the warren of corridors, carrying scrap to the workshops where mech boys hammer away at their latest projects. The war boss of the Rusty Cog tribe is called Scrubnuts, a particularly large and scarred orc who earned his position by defeating the previous war boss in single combat, and then, in a display of cunning unusual even for a Blood Axe's orc, immediately promoting all the old war boss's rivals to positions of authority in his new regime. This prevented the usual period of internal fighting that follows a leadership change, and allowed Scrubnuts to maintain a larger and more cohesive tribe than would normally be possible. Under Scrubnuts' leadership, the Rusty Cog tribe has thrived. They have established dominance over the other orc mobs on Talasar Prime, forcing them to either join the tribe or flee to the wilderness. They have accumulated vast stockpiles of looted technology, and they have been conducting increasingly bold exploration missions into the deepest parts of the ruins, seeking the biggest and best salvage. The looter mob that finds Ethan's vault is led by a knob called Gearskull, so named for the elaborate metal plate that covers half his skull after an unpleasant encounter with a collapsing ceiling. Gearskull fancies himself something of a treasure hunter, though his methods involve less archaeology and more smash everything until something valuable falls out. He has 30 boys under his command, along with twice that many Gretchen, to carry loot and perform the dangerous work of crawling into collapsed tunnels. They have been working this particular ruin for weeks, following ancient power conduits deeper and deeper into what they correctly identified as an important structure. The fortress monastery of the Celestial Lions was built to withstand siege warfare, with vaults and bunkers extending hundreds of meters below the surface. Most of these have collapsed or flooded over the millennia, but Gearskull's mob has been persistent, bypassing obstacles and forging new tunnels where necessary. When they finally break through into the vault where Ethan rests, the orcs stop and stare. Even by orc standards, this is impressive. The chamber is enormous, carved from solid bedrock and reinforced with adamantium supports that run floor to ceiling like the ribs of some great beast. Emergency lighting still functions after all these centuries, powered by some deep and patient source, bathing the chamber in a dim red glow that makes shadows dance across the walls. The vault itself shows signs of the ancient battle that raged above it. Cracks spiderweb across portions of the ceiling where orbital bombardment stress reached even these depths. Scorch marks, faded but still visible, speak of weapons fire that penetrated this far during the final desperate hours of the siege. And in the center of the chamber, locked in place by stasis clamps that haven't moved in 5,000 years, stands the Contemptor. It is magnificent. Adamantium and ceramite plates cover its frame, each one bearing the heraldry of the celestial lions. The golden lions on their azure field have faded over the millennia, tarnished and dulled by time and the thin patina of dust that covers everything in the chamber, but still visible to anyone who knows what to look for. The azure background has darkened almost to black in places, but the craftsmanship that went into the heraldry's application remains evident even after such vast spans of time. The dreadnought's right arm mounts a Keras pattern assault cannon, its 6 rotating barrels dark and silent. Even inactive, the weapon radiates menace. Each barrel is easily as thick as an orc's arm, and the ammunition feed system that snakes from the weapon back into the dreadnought's torso suggests a capacity for sustained firepower that makes even the trigger-happy orcs pause in appreciation. The left arm bears a massive power fist, currently deactivated, but still radiating a sense of potential violence. The fingers, each one large enough to crush an orc's skull, are locked in a half-closed position, frozen mid-grasp as they have been for millennia. Embedded in the wrist assembly is a storm bolter, its twin barrels visible among the mechanical workings, and beneath that, the nozzle of a heavy flamer, dark with ancient Prometheum residue. Purity seals and oath papers cover the chassis, layered one atop another in some places, scattered individually in others. Some are so old they have crumbled to dust at the slightest air current from the orcs' breathing, their words lost to time forever. Others remain intact, their vellum yellowed and brittle but readable, their high Gothic scripts promising vengeance upon the Emperor's enemies in flowing calligraphy that speaks of a more hopeful age. One seal, positioned prominently on the dreadnought's chestplate, bears the personal sigil of a tech marine whose name has been worn away but whose devotion remains evident in the elaborate illumination surrounding the text. The dreadnought stands 12 feet tall even in its dormant state. Its optical sensors are dark, lifeless, like the eyes of a statue. No sound comes from within its armored shell, no hint of the consciousness that lies preserved within. The stasis field that has preserved it for so long has only recently failed, its generators finally exhausted after millennia of continuous operation. The field's collapse is recent enough that frost still covers portions of the dreadnought's surface, sublimating slowly in the vault's atmosphere and creating faint wisps of vapor that curl around the ancient war machine like funeral shrouds. The dreadnought is technically active now, its reactor ticking over at idle speed, its systems on minimal power in standby mode. Indicator lights, barely visible in the dim red emergency illumination, blink slowly on various panels. System monitoring continues automatically, patient and faithful, waiting for the activation codes that will bring the war machine to full readiness. But with no tech marines to provide those codes, no chapter serfs to perform the rituals of awakening, the dreadnought simply stands and waits as it has waited for 5,000 years, a silent sentinel in a forgotten tomb. To Gearskull and his boys, this is the ultimate treasure. They immediately begin arguing about who gets to claim it, with several boys suggesting they should just start shooting each other to establish dominance. Gearskull, demonstrating the cunning that makes him a respected leader among the Rusty Cog tribe, settles the argument by declaring that the dreadnought belongs to the whole mob and that they will take it back to the settlement to show war boss Scrubnuts. This satisfies the boys, who immediately begin trying to figure out how to move something that weighs several tons and is locked in place by massive clamps. The Gretchen are sent to fetch tools and equipment. The boys examine the stasis clamps, trying to understand how they work. One particularly enthusiastic orc tries to simply shove the dreadnought, with predictable results. It does not budge. This only increases their admiration for it. Anything that heavy must be really good for stomping enemies. After several hours of work, including one incident where a Gretchen accidentally triggers an ancient defense turret that wounds 2 boys before being destroyed, they manage to release the stasis clamps. The dreadnought shifts slightly, settling into a more natural standing position, but otherwise remains inactive. The orcs rig up a system of pulleys and supports, planning to drag the dreadnought back through the tunnels they have excavated. It takes 2 days of constant work, with the Gretchen doing most of the actual labor, while the boys supervise and occasionally hit things with hammers. When they finally emerge from the ruins, dragging their prize, the rest of the Rusty Cog tribe erupts in excitement. Orcs pour out of the settlement to see what Gearskull's mob has found. The shouting and bellowing can be heard for miles. Several fights break out as orcs argue about what should be done with the dreadnought. War boss Scrubnuts has to personally crack a few skulls to restore order. The dreadnought is brought to the largest workshop in the settlement, a vast space where the tribe's mech boys conduct their most ambitious projects. The Big Mech, an ancient and scarred orc called Rustgut Spanner's Masher, takes one look at the dreadnought and declares it to be the finest piece of loot he has ever seen. He immediately begins planning what modifications will be necessary to make it properly orky. Rustgut is old by orc standards, having survived countless battles and accumulated enough cunning and mechanical knowledge to make him invaluable to the tribe. He has built everything from crude wagons to elaborate stompers, and he has an instinctive understanding of how technology works that borders on supernatural. When he looks at the dreadnought, he sees possibilities. He sees a walking weapons platform that could be enhanced with more guns, more armor, more spiky bits. He sees something that, with proper orky modification, could become a terror on the battlefield. But first, he needs to understand what he is working with, and that means taking the dreadnought apart. The Mech Boys' investigation. Rustgut Spanner's Masher approaches the dreadnought with the careful reverence of an orc, examining something he plans to thoroughly disassemble. He walks around it several times, running his hands over the ceramite plates, tapping the armor with a wrench to listen to the sound it makes. Other mech boys gather around, offering suggestions and arguing about what should be done first. The first order of business is removing the external armor plates to see what lies beneath. This proves more difficult than expected. The ceramite is bonded to the underlying structure with molecular precision, and the orc's usual method of hit it with a hammer until it comes loose is not effective. Several boys try using cutting torches, but the armor resists even sustained plasma cutting. Eventually, Rustgut finds the maintenance access points, hidden beneath purity seals and covered by decorative armor panels. These were designed to allow tech marines to perform repairs and maintenance, and they open much more easily. As the mech boys begin their examination, they discover layer upon layer of sophisticated technology. The reactor that powers the dreadnought is like nothing they have seen before, a compact fusion core that produces phenomenal amounts of energy with minimal fuel consumption. The servos and actuators that move the massive limbs are made from alloys the orcs cannot identify, far stronger and lighter than anything they normally work with. The weapon systems are equally impressive, with targeting computers and fire control systems that would put most Imperial Guard vehicles to shame. But what really captures their attention is the sarcophagus. When they finally access the central chamber, they find the armored coffin that contains Ethon's remains. It is covered in Imperial iconography, sealed with purity seals, and warded against corruption. The orcs, of course, do not understand or care about any of this. They see only an interesting box that is very securely locked. Opening the sarcophagus becomes an obsession for Rustgut. He spends days trying to bypass the locks without damaging the systems connected to it. The sarcophagus is designed to be tamper-proof, with multiple redundant security measures. Any attempt to force it open will trigger automatic defenses. The orcs discover this the hard way when one enterprising mechboy tries to cut through a seal and receives a powerful electric shock that sends him flying across the workshop. During this investigation, something begins to happen inside the dreadnought. The extended period of handling, the removal of armor plates, the poking and prodding of systems that have been dormant for millennia, all of this is feeding power into circuits that have been inactive. The reactor, responding to increased demand, begins to spin up from its idle state. Monitoring systems come online. Diagnostic routines start running. And deep within the sarcophagus, suspended in amniotic fluid that has slowly become cloudy over the centuries, something stirs. Ethan is beginning to wake up. The process is gradual, like surfacing from a very deep dive. His first sensation is pain, sharp and all-encompassing. His body, what little remains of it, has been motionless for 5,000 years. Muscles that still exist have atrophied. Nerve endings that connect to the neural interface have been dormant so long they protest when forced to transmit signals again. His brain, preserved but not entirely unchanged by the long sleep, struggles to process sensory input. His second sensation is confusion. Where is he? What is happening? The last thing he remembers is the siege of Talassar Prime, the Chaos forces breaking through the defenses, the order to retreat, fighting a desperate rearguard action to buy time for his brothers to evacuate, taking catastrophic damage that forced his dreadnought into emergency stasis. And then, nothing. Darkness. Silence. The void. How long has it been? The chronometer displays in his optical systems are not functioning properly, showing nonsensical timestamps that cannot possibly be correct. 5,000 years. That cannot be right. That would mean... His thoughts are slow, sluggish, like moving through thick mud. His processors, the electronic systems that augment his cognitive functions, are running diagnostic checks and finding errors. Many errors. Too many errors. Gradually, he becomes aware of external sensors. His optical systems are registering movement, shapes, heat signatures. But the images make no sense. He sees green-skinned creatures swarming around his chassis. He sees crude tools and ramshackle equipment. He sees what appears to be the interior of some kind of workshop, but not one built to imperial standards. The architecture is wrong. The technology is primitive. And those creatures are those orcs. The thought triggers something deep in his conditioning. Orcs. Xenos. Enemies of the Imperium. The response is automatic, hardwired into his very being by decades of training that predated his internment in the dreadnought. Orcs must be destroyed. Orcs must be purged. The Emperor demands it, but he cannot move. His motor systems are not responding. He tries to activate his weapons, to bring his assault cannon to bear on the greenskin filth that dares to touch him, but nothing happens. The weapons are offline, their machine spirits dormant. He tries to access the dreadnought's Vox system, to call out to his brothers, to demand support, but the transmitter is dead. He is trapped in his own body, conscious, but helpless, able to see and hear, but unable to act. The frustration is overwhelming. 5,000 years of darkness, and he wakes to find himself surrounded by enemies, his dreadnought violated by Xenos hands, and he cannot even cry out in rage. He tries to force his systems online through sheer willpower, but there are safety protocols, activation sequences that must be followed. The dreadnought was not designed to be activated by its pilot alone. It requires external input, tech marines running startup procedures, sacred oils and prayers to awaken the machine's spirits properly. Outside, the orcs remain blissfully unaware that the dreadnought is waking up. They continue their examination, arguing about what parts should be removed and what modifications should be made. Rusgut has developed a plan for the dreadnought's future. He intends to remove the sarcophagus entirely, replacing it with a simple cockpit where an Orc pilot can sit and control the machine. The Dreadnought's weapons will be replaced with bigger, shootier versions. More armor will be welded on. And of course, it will all be painted red, because red ones go faster, even if Dreadnoughts do not normally move very fast. Several of the younger mech boys are already working on sketches for these modifications, drawing crude diagrams that show the Dreadnought covered in additional guns, spiked plates, and various Orky glyphs. They argue about whether to mount a second assault cannon or replace one weapon arm entirely with a massive power claw. They discuss adding a force field generator looted from an Orc stomper that was destroyed months ago. They plan boarding ramps that will allow boys to hitch rides on the Dreadnought's shoulders. The possibilities seem endless, but they need to get inside the sarcophagus first. Rustgut has determined that the locking mechanism is controlled by a complex series of electronic seals that respond to specific code sequences. These codes would normally be known only to the chapter's tech marines, carefully guarded and changed regularly. But the Orcs have their own methods. Rustgut begins trying random sequences, literally just pressing buttons and seeing what happens. This should not work. The security systems should lock down completely after too many failed attempts. Should not. But the security systems have been without maintenance for 5,000 years. Circuits have degraded. Backup protocols have failed. And when Rustgut, more by luck than design, enters a sequence that happens to match an emergency override code, the sarcophagus unseals with a hiss of escaping gas. The Orcs cheer. They have done it. The box is open. Several of them immediately try to peer inside, curious about what an ancient Space Marine Dreadnought sarcophagus contains. What they see makes even Orcs pause. The interior of the sarcophagus is filled with cloudy fluid, and suspended in that fluid is something that might have once been human. Cables and tubes connect to what remains of the body. Life support systems continue their patient work, keeping cells alive and brain tissue oxygenated. It is a horror, a preserved nightmare of flesh and machinery fused into something that should not exist. The Orcs, however, are not horrified. They are fascinated. One of them pokes the fluid with a stick. Another suggests they pull the whole thing out to get a better look. Rustgut is already thinking about whether any of this biological material could be useful. Painboys sometimes like having spare parts to work with. And inside the sarcophagus, Ethan screams. It is not a sound that anyone can hear, because his vocal cords have long since been severed and replaced with electronic systems. But it is a scream nonetheless, a howl of rage and despair that echoes through his consciousness. The Orcs have opened his tomb. They have violated the sanctity of his preservation. And they are treating him, a Space Marine, a warrior of the Emperor, like nothing more than an interesting curiosity. The fury that fills him is incandescent. It burns away the fog of confusion, the lethargy of the long sleep. It focuses his mind with laser precision, and it triggers something deep within the Dreadnought's systems. The machine spirits, dormant for so long, respond to their master's rage. They recognize the righteous anger of a loyal servant of the Emperor. They wake. The Dreadnought's reactor surges to full power. Energy floods through systems that have been dark for millennia. Weapon systems come online with the hungry growl of machine spirits eager for war. Servos lock and load. Ammunition feeds cycle, chambering rounds that were manufactured before the current age began. Targeting matrices activate, painting everyone in the workshop with acquisition locks. The Orcs notice something is happening. The Dreadnought is making noise now, a deep thrumming that they can feel in their bones. Lights are activating along its chassis. The optical sensors are glowing with an angry red light. Rustgut, who has survived this long by having good instincts for when things are about to get dangerous, takes a step back. The step saves his life. The awakening. The transformation from dormant relic to active war machine takes less than 3 seconds. That is how quickly the Dreadnought's ancient systems respond to Ethan's will. 5,000 years of inactivity, and the mechanisms designed during the Great Crusade snap into readiness, as if no time has passed at all. This is the engineering prowess of an age when humanity reached for the stars and found them within grasp. The first system to fully activate is the Dreadnought's Auger Array, a sophisticated sensor suite that provides 360-degree awareness of the battlefield. It immediately identifies 18 life signs in the immediate vicinity, all matching the profile for Orkoid Xenos. Threat assessment algorithms classify them as hostile. Rules of engagement protocols, unchanged since Aethan's last deployment, provide clear guidance, purge the Xenos with extreme prejudice. The second system is the Vox system. Aethan tries to broadcast on standard Imperial frequencies, attempting to raise any Space Marine forces in the area, any Imperial Guard units, any servants of the Emperor who might provide support or at least acknowledge his awakening. The response is static, the empty hiss of dead channels. There is no one to hear him. He is alone, surrounded by enemies, with no support and no hope of rescue. The third system to activate is the weapons array. The Keres pattern assault cannon mounted on his right arm is a masterpiece of destruction. 6 rotating barrels capable of firing 800 rounds per minute of mass reactive ammunition. The targeting computer interfaces directly with Aethan's neural systems, allowing him to aim with thought speed precision. The ammunition counter shows 900 rounds remaining, loaded 5,000 years ago and patiently waiting to be used. Aethan's left arm bears a dreadnought-sized power fist, augmented with a built-in storm bolter and equipped with an auxiliary heavy flamer for cleansing entrenched positions. The power field generator spins up, wreathing the massive fist in crackling energy that can pulverize ceramite and crush armor with equal ease. The heavy flamer's promethium tanks register as full. Everything is ready. Everything is functional. He does not hesitate. He does not issue warnings or demand surrender. These are orcs, and orcs deserve only death. His assault cannon begins to spin, the barrels rotating with a rising whine that fills the workshop. The orcs, who have been staring at the dreadnought with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, suddenly realize that something has gone very wrong. The workshop erupts in a storm of mass reactive destruction. Mass reactive ammunition is designed to penetrate armor before detonating, maximizing damage to the target. Against unarmored or lightly armored opponents like the orcs in the workshop, the effect is catastrophic beyond description. Each round that strikes an orc body punches through thick green skin and dense muscle tissue before detonating inside, blowing the target apart from within in a spray of blood and bone fragments. The Keres assault cannon fires so rapidly that individual shots become indistinguishable from one another, creating a continuous roar of explosive death that drowns out even the loudest orc war cries. The first 3 orcs die before they can even register surprise. One moment, they are standing near the dreadnought, pointing at something interesting on its chassis and arguing about it in their crude language, debating whether the shiny bits would make good trophies or better ammunition. The next moment, they simply cease to exist as coherent entities, reduced to component parts scattered across the workshop floor in patterns that speak of tremendous explosive force concentrated in very small spaces. The orcs behind them, who might have survived if they had possessed any sense of self-preservation, instead stare in momentary confusion at where their companions had been standing. They do not survive their confusion. Aethan sweeps his assault cannon in a controlled arc, the targeting computer tracking multiple targets simultaneously with the precision of machinery that has not forgotten how to kill efficiently, and more orcs die in rapid succession. The workshop's metal floor becomes slick with blood and other fluids, making footing treacherous for anyone foolish enough to try running across it. Fragments of orc anatomy decorate the walls and ceiling, painting abstract patterns in red and green that would be almost artistic if they were not so gruesome. Shell casings from the assault cannon pile up around Aethan's feet, still hot from firing, bouncing and rolling across the uneven floor with metallic clinks that provide counterpoint to the thunderous roar of the weapon. To their credit, the orcs do not panic. Panic is not an emotion they readily experience, a gift of their genetic engineering that makes them nearly fearless in the face of almost any threat. Instead, they react with the instinctive violence that defines their species, pivoting from confusion to aggressive action in the span of heartbeats. Those who have weapons begin shooting back immediately, filling the air with the crude bullets of orc shooters and the bright traces of heavy sluggas. The volume of return fire is impressive, if wildly inaccurate. Orc weapons are notorious for their lack of precision, being designed more for volume of fire than actual marksmanship. Bullets ricochet off every surface, creating a storm of lead and sparks that is more dangerous to other orcs than to Ethan. Those without weapons grab whatever is available, showing the resourcefulness that makes orcs so difficult to completely eliminate. Wrenches become clubs, pipes become spears, chunks of scrap metal become thrown projectiles. One particularly inventive orc grabs what appears to be a promethium canister and hurls it at the dreadnought, presumably hoping it will explode on impact. It does not, instead bouncing harmlessly off Ethan's chest plate and rolling away across the floor. The orc looks disappointed for approximately half a second before an assault cannon burst removes the problem of his disappointment permanently. More orcs charge directly at the dreadnought, driven by the simple orc philosophy that the best response to any threat is to get close enough to hit it with something heavy. This would be a viable strategy against many opponents. Against a contempt-pattern dreadnought piloted by a warrior with 10,000 years of combat experience, it is suicide. But orcs are not particularly concerned with concepts like survival odds or tactical viability. They see a big metal thing that needs to be bashed, and they charge toward it with the single-minded enthusiasm that characterizes their approach to most problems. Their courage is admirable. Their tactics are not. Orcs' small arms cannot penetrate contempt armor. The bullets spark and ricochet harmlessly off ceramite plates that were designed to withstand anti-tank weapons. The orcs who charge into melee range discover why that is a terrible idea when Ethan's power fist descends like the hammer of an angry god. The first orc to reach him is a knob, larger and tougher than the regular boys, wearing scavenged armor plates and wielding a crude power claw of orc manufacture. He is fast, surprisingly so for something his size, and he manages to dodge the initial swing of Ethan's power fist. But the backswing catches him full in the torso, and the power field does its terrible work. The knob's armor crumples like paper. His body is crushed to pulp. The force of the blow sends his remains flying across the workshop to impact against a wall with wet finality. The auxiliary stormbolter adds its voice to the carnage, pumping bolt rounds into any orc foolish enough to approach from the left side. Each bolt round is a miniature rocket, propelled by a solid fuel charge and armed with a mass-reactive warhead. They blow fist-sized holes through orc bodies, detonating bone and organ tissue with brutal efficiency. The heavy flamer remains silent for now, Ethan conserving its promethium for when it is truly needed. 15 seconds after the firing began, 12 orcs are dead. The workshop floor is slick with blood and littered with body parts. The surviving orcs are beginning to reconsider their situation. Even for greenskins, this is going badly. Their weapons cannot hurt this thing. Their best fighters are being cut down like vermin, and the dreadnought shows no signs of slowing down or running out of ammunition. Ruscut Spanner's Masher, the big mech who has survived countless battles through a combination of cunning and good fortune, makes a tactical decision. He grabs the nearest Gretchen and hurls it at the dreadnought as a distraction, then turns and runs for the workshop exit. Other orcs, seeing their leader retreat, follow suit. In seconds, the workshop is emptying as orcs flee for their lives, trampling slower individuals in their haste to escape. Ethan considers pursuing them, but tactical analysis suggests this would be unwise. The workshop has only one exit, and he would have to navigate through cluttered terrain filled with obstacles. Better to secure his position and assess the situation. He stops firing and watches as the last orc disappears through the doorway. Silence falls. broken only by the idling hum of his reactor and the soft drip of various fluids from damaged Orc bodies. Ethan stands motionless, running diagnostic checks on his systems. The engagement lasted approximately 45 seconds. He expended 120 rounds of assault cannon ammunition. His Power Fist's energy field showed no degradation. All systems are functioning within acceptable parameters. But where is he? His geographical positioning systems are offline, unable to acquire satellite signals that should be standard across any Imperial world. His communication systems receive nothing but static. His chronometer insists that 5,000 years have passed since his last deployment, but that cannot possibly be correct. Can it? He reviews his memory banks, searching for his last clear recollection: the siege of Talisar Prime, the Chaos Invasion, the desperate defense, his dreadnought taking catastrophic damage and entering emergency stasis. And then nothing. 5,000 years of nothing. His brothers, the Celestial Lions, where are they? His chapter, his companions, the warriors he fought beside for decades before his internment. Are any of them still alive? After 5,000 years, the answer is almost certainly no. The realization is crushing. He is alone. Everyone he knew is dead. The galaxy he fought to protect has moved on without him. He was forgotten, left behind in the ruins of a battle so old that even the records of it have probably been lost. He is a relic, an ancient thing, as out of place in this age as a man from ancient Terra's history would be in his own time. But he is still a space Marine. He is still a servant of the Emperor. And as long as he functions, as long as his consciousness persists and his weapons can fire, he has a duty to perform. The Orcs are still here. He can hear them outside, shouting in their crude language, organizing for another assault. They vastly outnumber him. They will likely have heavier weapons now that they know their small arms are ineffective. And he is trapped in this workshop with limited mobility and no support. The tactical situation is poor, but Space Marines have faced poor tactical situations before and emerged victorious. He begins planning his defense, analyzing the workshop's layout and identifying positions that will maximize his firepower while minimizing his exposure. The Orcs will come again, and when they do, he will be ready. Outside the workshop, Warboss Scrubnuts is organizing the tribe's response to this unexpected development. The Hume's metal box has woken up and is shooting his boys, which is both surprising and offensive. But it is also, he has to admit, pretty impressive. That kind of firepower is exactly the sort of thing the Rusty Cog tribe could use. They just need to figure out how to get it. Rustgut, nursing a wound where a piece of shrapnel caught his arm during the retreat, proposes several options. They could try to overwhelm the dreadnought with sheer numbers, sending wave after wave of boys until it runs out of ammunition. They could bring up heavier weapons, the big guns normally mounted on Orc vehicles, and blast it to pieces. Or they could try something clever, like collapsing the workshop on top of it or setting the whole place on fire. Scrubnuts considers these options. The first would work, but it would cost a lot of boys, and while Orcs are expendable, losing too many at once is bad for morale. The second might destroy the dreadnought entirely, which would be wasteful. They want to loot it, not scrap it. The third option has potential, but workshops full of fuel and ammunition have a tendency to explode when set on fire, and the settlement is already too close to the blast radius. He makes a decision. They will lay siege to the workshop, surround it, cut off any escape routes, and wait for the Hume's metal box to run out of power or ammunition or whatever it is that keeps it going. Then, when it is weak, they will swarm it with numbers and take it intact. It is a surprisingly patient strategy for an Orc, but Scrubnuts did not become Warboss by being stupid. Sometimes the best way to get what you want is to wait for the right moment. Inside the workshop, Ethan is reaching the same conclusion. He is trapped. The Orcs have him surrounded, and while he can hold this position for a considerable time, eventually his ammunition will run out, or his reactor will need maintenance, or something will fail. 5,000 years of neglect, no matter how good the engineering, leaves vulnerabilities. He needs to break out, find a defensible position, and determine what has happened to the Imperium's presence on this world. But first, he needs to deal with the immediate threat. The Orcs will attack again, probably soon, and when they do, he will teach them the price of defiling a Space Marine dreadnought. The siege and the breaking of the Green Tide. The Orcs return in force 20 minutes later. This time they are prepared. Rustgut has organized them into mobs, each with a specific objective. The first mob, expendable boys with basic weapons, will charge the workshop entrance to draw the dreadnought's fire. The second mob, carrying looted Imperial Guard weapons and a few Orc heavy guns, will provide covering fire. The third mob, led by Rustgut himself and including the tribe's best mech boys, will attempt to circle around and access the workshop through a side entrance that they hastily smash through the wall. It is, by Orc standards, a sophisticated plan. Under other circumstances, it might even work. But they are facing a Space Marine who fought during the Great Crusade, who learned tactics from commanders who walked with the Emperor, and who has personal experience dating back 10,000 years. Ethan has been listening to them organize through his external audio sensors. He knows what they are planning, and he has prepared accordingly. When the first mob charges through the workshop entrance, screaming their war cries and firing wildly, they do not find Ethan waiting at the back of the chamber where they left him. He has relocated to a position that provides maximum fields of fire while offering some cover from return fire. More importantly, he has rigged several surprises using materials available in the workshop. The first Orc through the door triggers a tripwire connected to several barrels of promethium that Ethan found stored in a corner. The explosion is immediate and devastating, turning the entrance into an inferno and immolating the first dozen Orcs instantly. Those behind them stumble to a halt, temporarily blinded and disoriented by the flash and the heat. They are perfect targets. Ethan's assault cannon speaks again, and Orcs begin dying. He fires in controlled bursts now, conserving ammunition while maintaining effective suppression. Each burst takes down 2 or 3 Orcs, the mass reactive rounds punching through bodies and detonating in spectacular fashion. The Orcs, caught in the bottleneck of the entrance and blinded by smoke and flames, cannot effectively return fire. They try to retreat, but more Orcs are pushing forward from behind, creating a crushing press of bodies that only makes them easier targets. The second mob, providing covering fire from outside, finds themselves ineffective. Their bullets spark off the walls and ceiling of the workshop, doing nothing to suppress the dreadnought that they cannot even see through the smoke and fire. They hear the assault cannon's distinctive roar. They see Orcs flying backward out of the entrance in pieces, but they cannot acquire a clear target. Rustgut's flanking maneuver fares better initially. His mech boys blast through the workshop's side wall using a demolition charge, creating a new entrance that bypasses the kill zone at the main door. They pour through, expecting to catch the dreadnought from the side and overwhelm it with heavy weapons before it can respond. What they find instead is that Ethan has anticipated this as well. He has positioned himself so that he has clear sight lines to both entrances. As the mech boys come through their newly created hole in the wall, they are greeted by a burst of stormbolter fire that kills 3 of them instantly. The survivors scatter, diving behind whatever cover they can find, and begin returning fire with their own heavy weapons. Now Aethon is engaged on 2 fronts, splitting his attention between the main entrance where Orcs continue to push forward despite horrific casualties, and the side entrance where Rustgut's mech boys are employing heavier firepower. A rocket launcher fires, the crude rocket spiraling through the air and detonating against Aethon's right pauldron. The explosion rocks the dreadnought but fails to penetrate the Contemptor's armor. Ethan responds with his heavy flamer, sweeping a gout of burning promethium across the side entrance and forcing the mech boys to retreat. The battle has now been raging for 2 minutes. The workshop is filled with smoke and the screaming of dying Orcs. Bodies are piled at the main entrance 3 deep, creating a macabre barricade that the surviving Orcs are trying to scramble over. Ethan's ammunition counter shows he has expended 400 rounds of assault cannon ammunition. His power fist has crushed 2 orcs who got close enough to engage in melee, their bodies now decorating the workshop floor. His heavy flamer has consumed 30% of its promethium reserves. Outside, Warboss Scrubnuts is watching the assault fall apart and making calculations. They have lost somewhere between 40 and 50 boys already, with more being wounded or killed every few seconds. The Humi's metal box shows no signs of weakening. His plan to overwhelm it with numbers is not working. The dreadnought is simply too well positioned, too heavily armed, and too well armored for their current tactics to succeed. He needs to change approach. But before he can issue new orders, something unexpected happens. One of the weird boys attached to the tribe, a particularly unstable specimen named Zapskull, has been absorbing the WAG energy generated by all the fighting and dying. The psychic pressure has been building inside his skull, and it has reached critical mass. Zapskull's eyes begin glowing green. Energy crackles around his head. He points at the workshop and screams words in a language that predates the current orc civilization. The WAG! Energy gathered from hundreds of orcs focuses through him like a lens, and he unleashes it in a directed blast that tears through the workshop wall. Like it is made of paper, the psychic shockwave hits Ethan's dreadnought with the force of an artillery shell. His systems register a massive energy surge. Electromagnetic interference scrambles his sensors. The dreadnought staggers, servos screaming as they fight to keep him upright. For a moment, his vision goes dark, systems overloading and rebooting. When his optical sensors come back online 2 seconds later, he finds orcs pouring through the breach that the weird boy created. 2 seconds is a long time in combat. It is long enough for a dozen orcs to close to melee range. It is long enough for them to swarm over him, clambering onto his chassis and trying to find weak points in his armor. It is long enough for one particularly bold knob to reach his assault cannon and attempt to jam a crude bomb into the barrel. Ethan reacts with the precision of a warrior who has fought for 10,000 years. His assault cannon cannot be brought to bear on enemies this close, so he uses his power fist. He swats orcs off his chassis like they are insects, each impact sending bodies flying. The knob with the bomb dies when Ethan's power fist closes around him, crushing the greenskin and his explosive charge together. The resulting detonation damages the assault cannon's outermost barrel, but the weapon remains functional. More orcs are coming. Ethan can see them through the smoke, a green tide that seems endless. His tactical analysis systems are painting threat markers across his vision faster than he can eliminate them. He is being overwhelmed. This is not a sustainable position. He makes a decision. If he remains here, the orcs will eventually drag him down through sheer numbers. He needs mobility. He needs room to maneuver. He needs to break out of this trap. Ethan activates his dreadnought's full locomotive power and charges toward the main entrance, deciding that remaining stationary is no longer viable. If he stays in this workshop, the orcs will eventually drag him down through sheer numbers and persistent close combat. He needs mobility. He needs room to maneuver and utilize the full range of his weapon systems. He needs to break out of this trap before the structural damage to the building itself creates additional problems. The orcs in his path see tons of adamantium and ceramite bearing down on them like an avalanche given form and purpose. Some try to dodge. Others try to brace themselves against the charge. A few, demonstrating either remarkable courage or remarkable stupidity, attempt to tackle the dreadnought directly. None of these approaches work. Ethan plows through them like they are not even there, crushing orcs beneath his massive feet, the servo-assisted joints of his legs providing more than enough force to shatter bone and pulverize flesh. The sound of breaking bodies accompanies his charge, a wet crunching that speaks of organic matter, failing catastrophically when meeting forces it was never designed to withstand. His power, fist sweeps in wide arcs before him, clearing space like a farmer scything wheat at harvest time. Each swing is calculated, precise, designed to eliminate multiple targets with maximum efficiency. An orc caught by the backswing of the power fist is not just killed, but obliterated, the power field disrupting molecular bonds at the point of contact and the kinetic force doing the rest. Bodies, or pieces of them, fly backward to impact against walls and other orcs with bone-breaking force. One unfortunate greenskin is swatted so hard he actually embeds in the workshop's wall, creating a crude orc-shaped indentation in the metal surface before sliding down to leave a smeared trail. His assault cannon fires on full automatic now, conservation of ammunition momentarily less important than establishing a path to freedom. The remaining 5 barrels spit death in every direction that his targeting computer identifies as containing threats. The machine spirit of the assault cannon is awake and eager, its hunger for destruction matching its master's determination to escape. Spent shell casings pour from the weapon like brass rain, creating a literal waterfall of hot metal that bounces and skitters across the floor. The sound is deafening, a percussion performance of violence that drowns out everything except the screaming of dying orcs and the bellowing of those still trying to fight. The orcs at the entrance see death approaching with inexorable purpose and try to scatter, their survival instincts finally overcoming their enthusiasm for combat. But there is nowhere to go. The entrance is crowded with bodies, both living and dead. Those in front cannot retreat because of those pressing forward from behind. Those behind cannot see what is happening in front and continue to push forward, eager to join the fight. The result is a crushing press of green flesh that makes them perfect targets. Ethan explodes through the doorway in a shower of debris and dismembered orc parts. The doorframe itself, designed to accommodate vehicles and large equipment, is still too small for a charging dreadnought moving at full speed. The ceramite shoulders of his chassis impact the frame's edges and simply tear them away, bringing chunks of wall with them. Metal screams as it deforms. Structural supports groan under stress they were never meant to bear. And in the middle of it all, Ethan emerges into the open like a vengeful god, stepping forth from a temple dedicated to war. Outside, he finds himself in an open area surrounded by dozens of crude orc structures. And surrounding those structures, staring at him with a mixture of surprise and delight, are hundreds of orcs. Warboss Scrubnuts sees the dreadnought burst free from the workshop and grins. Now this is proper fighting. The Hume's metal box is in the open where his boys can get at it properly. He raises his power claw and bellows a command that needs no translation. Wag! The response is immediate and deafening. Hundreds of orc voices take up the cry. The wag! Energy that has been building throughout the battle surges to new heights. The orcs charge as a unified mass, a green tide of muscle and violence that crashes toward Ethan from all directions. Ethan plants his feet and opens fire. His assault cannon sweeps in controlled arcs, laying down overlapping fields of fire that cut through the charging orcs like a harvester through wheat. Every burst kills multiple targets. Every swing of his power fist crushes orcs to pulp. His heavy flamer bathes entire sections of the battlefield in cleansing fire, turning orcs into living torches that run screaming until they collapse. But there are so many. For every orc he kills, 2 more take its place. They are climbing over their own dead to reach him, using the bodies of their fallen comrades as cover. Rocket launches fire from multiple angles, and while Ethan's armor holds, each impact rocks his frame and drains his capacitor reserves. Big shooters chatter constantly, their bullets whining off his armor in showers of sparks. Then the heavier weapons arrive. An Orc Death Dread, a crude mockery of an Imperial dreadnought, controlled by a half-mad Gretchen pilot, stomps into view. It is covered in spikes and painted a garish combination of red and yellow, and it mounts a collection of weapons that would be comical if they were not so dangerous. The Death Dread opens fire with everything it has, and Ethan is forced to divert attention from the boys to deal with this new threat. His assault cannon targets the Death Dread's center mass and fires a sustained burst. Mass reactive rounds detonate against the crude armor plating, blowing chunks of metal away and exposing the internal mechanisms. But the Death Dread is surprisingly tough. held together as much by orc belief as by actual engineering. It returns fire with its own collection of big shooters and a single rocket launcher, forcing Ethan to dodge behind a building for cover. This is the moment the orcs have been waiting for. While Ethan is dealing with the Deaf Dread, a mob of knobs, led by warboss Scrubnuts himself, charges in from the side. These are the tribe's elite fighters, larger and tougher than regular boys, equipped with power claws and boss poles and the absolute confidence that comes from winning countless fights through sheer brutality. Ethan detects them a second before they hit his flank, but a second is not enough time to fully react. Scrubnuts' power claw slams into the join between Ethan's leg and hip assembly, and even